Okay. Simran, it says the meeting is now live streaming. Simran, are we live?
Hello.
Yes, Simran, ये meeting live stream हो रहा है क्या?
This is live on Zoom. Like, it's not on the front end. You can check the front end. Now we have that center stage banner. And
Sure.
so before starting, like a minute or 2 minutes before, you have to give me the cue that whenever the tech team is ready, we can have the countdown.
Yes.
The Zoom will go live. Okay.
Done. Piyali, आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
Yes, I was saying that any possibility I can just see my like a spotlight view.
Simran, can you help? मैंने उनका screen pin किया है.
Just spot check करने के लिए खाली, that's all.
On this platform, ma'am?
हाँ, यही Zoom वाले platform पे. I just wanted to check that light reflection, you know, that we were talking the other day.
Ma'am,
on your left side, Piyali, there is some light.
So I'll take the laptop accordingly. Is this better? मैं बीच में नहीं हूँ ना फिर.
बीच में आ जाओ. हाँ.
हाँ, I think center में ही रहो प्याली.
थोड़ा अभी भी left में आओ. हाँ.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Now what is happening from your shoulder?
अच्छा, this one.
Yeah, this one. There is a slight light, slight brightness. Nothing.
यहाँ पे दिख रहा है क्या? So I can change my laptop position like this.
I think जैसे पहले था वैसे ही रहने दो. ठीक लग रहा है वो.
अच्छा.
जैसे पहले था बस. I think this is fine.
This is perfect, no? बीच में आ जाती थोड़ा. Yeah. Right. This way.
Can we do a check for me also?
Yes, sir. So it looks good.
I'll be standing like this.
Okay. Yes, sir. Perfect.
This is okay? I mean, can you pin me?
Just a second.
हाँ उमेश, मैंने कर दिया आपको पिन.
This is fine?
Yes, आप एकदम center में हो. So you're gonna be standing and talking only?
Yeah, I have put it on my standing table so that I can stand and talk. I find it easier to stand and talk a little. Yeah. So how much time do we have?
Yes, I think it's perfect, Umesh. सिर्फ you don't step backwards by any chance. वो आप blur हो जाते हो.
इतना ठीक है?
हाँ, this is fine. This is fine,
ना?
Yes.
ठीक है. Fine. Great. So we have how much time? We have another 10 minutes?
हाँ, मैं नसरू को कॉल करती हूँ.
20 minutes.
अच्छा, नसरू तो इधर ही है. नसरू?
Umesh ji, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
The company that you have, the next milestone and the other one. So do you pronounce it as SUMS or
SUMS
SUMS?
Solutions.
SUMS, okay. Thanks.
I purposely not put Gesia there.
Okay. I thought they were also strategic. I think I saw somewhere.
Yeah, but for at this stage, for them, it does not.
Right. No, that's fine.
यानी आप थोड़ा सा राइट में हो गए हो, मतलब मेरे राइट में.
Is side down?
हाँ. Yes. Yes.
और light reflection भी नहीं है ना? Since I can't see the big screen, I don't know why. But and the light is not there, then that's fine.
हाँ, lighting है.
अच्छा, हाँ, now I can see myself. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, मैं एक light ही off कर दी. Just see, is this any better?
उमेश, लाइट वाला बेटर था या
ये ठीक है.
और देखो ये, I think this is too white.
No, this is fine actually, Pyali.
This is fine? Okay.
This is fine. You know, you can actually make out the entire hair and, you know, your torso is very clear.
Okay. And I think ये HR भी दिख रहा है. I purposely wanted to keep a little bit seen, at least from the logo perspective, because otherwise everything is hidden. once we stand in the center.
Neha, I'll be standing like this and talking more because my speech is on the other laptop. So I'll be reading it from there.
अच्छा ठीक है.
So in all probability I'll be either this way or this way.
Right.
This way जाता है थोड़ा सा तो मैं इसको ऐसे कर लूँगा.
हाँ.
So is it okay or does it look obvious that I'm trying to read something?
Obvious था उमेश.
ओके तो कुछ अभी एक सेकंड पहले स्पीच भेजने दो दूसरे पीसी पे.
नसरू आप तब तक प्लीज स्क्रीन शेयर ट्राई करोगे एंड अपना साउंड ऑन करके ही रखो अभी स्क्रीन वाला एंड अपना टीवी राव का वीडियो रेडी रखो वीएलसी में. हमको वो क्लैप साउंड सुना दो. उमेश आप एक प्रिंट आउट भी लेते थे ना तो बेटर लगता था.
मैडम इट्स टू लेट नाउ. अच्छा मेरे को एक बात पता, अगर हम ऐसे करते हैं तो Neha, if you want, you can pin me to the screen.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Now, if I'm standing like this and if I'm reading it, is this okay? Or is there reflection in my glasses?
नहीं, reflection बिल्कुल नहीं है. Can you read something after seeing in the laptop?
My dear distinguished guests and colleagues from the HR fraternity, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the People First HR Excellence Awards 2021. Today, I feel very privileged and honored to stand here in front of you all and acknowledge the achievements of our brilliant participants who have made both the HR fraternity and their organizations proud. 2021 has been an exceptional year. It proved to be a year full of challenges, a year full of surprises, and a year full of VUCA. While the industry captains continued to realign and recalibrate the organization as per their changing situations, it was heartening to see organizations reinforce their commitment to people agenda. Having said that, I salute to our HR colleagues who were toiling it out there, standing shoulder to shoulder with their employees and management. This program is held to recognize the organizations and individuals who have made an immense contribution to their organization, the HR fraternity, and the society at large. These brilliant organizations and individuals have exhibited such outstanding contribution that has not only helped them in achieving their goals, but also to bring glory to their and success to their organization. Today, we have gathered here not just to celebrate their achievements, but to also give due regards to the values which these awardees exemplify, like discipline, compassion, resilience, and zeal for learning. Awards are a way to encourage desirable behaviors and inculcate competitive spirit. This is the reason why People First organizes the award ceremony every year, to encourage and recognize the efforts put in by the organizations and the participants to push the bar higher. So we are here to give away the awards today for 15 group categories and 6 individual categories. The awards to be distributed today are not just for recognizing those who have performed exceptionally well in their respective categories, but also to honor those who excelled in their respective categories. Suffice to say, we have a very rigorous 2-level jury selection process. In the first level, the jury panel sieves through all the categories to come up with a shortlist, and in the second jury panel, comprising of 16 jury members, goes through all the shortlisted nominations to further evaluate them. At this juncture, given the rigor of the process, each nomination is a winning entry. Having said that, it is natural that one or two entries may stand out even amongst the winners, and these are the ones which compel us to call them champions. Therefore, in each entry, we would like to congratulate both the winners and the champions. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I welcome you all and hope you enjoy the ceremony as we take off from here. Thank you.
उमेश अच्छा था, ऐसा नहीं लग रहा था बिल्कुल भी कि that you're reading, but आप थोड़ा pause लेके बोलना तो वो और भी उसका निकल जाएगा उसका chances.
हाँ, I realize that.
Great.
ये कितने मिनट का था?
Okay, 1 second.
I think approximately about 4 to 5 minutes होगा.
हाँ, 42 you had started and it's 47 now. हाँ नसरू, आगे.
Pyali,
Yes.
our TV Rao's speech is about, I think, 7 minutes.
7.5 minutes था.
है ना? तो हमारा जो time है, the time given for me is about 10 minutes.
हाँ, so उसमें मेरे वेलकम में स्टार्टिंग में 2-2.5 मिनट तो निकल ही जाएगा.
ठीक है?
I think you
बस
will be.
मैं इसको खींच लूंगा और about another 30-40 seconds by way of pauses.
Yes. And TV Rao के लिए जो मेरे पास introduction है, I think it will take around 3 minutes. 3 नहीं, 2.5 minutes.
हाँ, ठीक है.
Yeah.
हाँ नसरू बजाओ.
I'm just going to grab a bite. My video is on. I'm logged in.
Yes, yes. So Nasru, PPT एकदम हाँ नसरू, बस पीपीटी आप वो कर दो, मिनिमाइज कर दो, स्लाइड शेयर में फर्स्ट वाला स्लाइड खोल के रख दो. अभी सबसे पहले आपको टीवी राव का वीडियो लगेगा.
और slides के केस में नसरुद्दीन same way, as soon as your slide comes, I talk the name, just to be both of us on the safer side, like we discussed.
Yes, Pyali, I told Nasru,
Super.
second में वो बदल देंगे.
Yeah, just about a second. Yeah.
हाँ.
Great, thank you.
हाँ. Pyali, उनको मैंने इंडिविजुअल कैटेगरी का भी बता दिया है. You will say the winners in leading mind is this person, and you will talk about that person. उसके बाद नसरू clap होगा,
Yes.
and उसके बाद you will say that can we move
Yes.
on to acceptance speech of this
Correct.
person.
Slide, then the name and about them, then clap, and then I will say that here is the acceptance speech or the acceptance video.
Right, done, perfect. नसरू एक बार टीवी राव का जरा प्ले कर दो ना, to be sure, जो पहला वाला वीडियो है. वो आपने क्लियरली रखा है ना कि पहला कौन सा है और एक्सेप्टेंस कौन सा है? We only have like 10 minutes now.
It's true. I think I still remember the day when we conceptualized a new department, a new function in Larsen and Toubro in the year 1974 to bring happiness at work. We said the entire purpose of the new function we were thinking is to make people to feel happy at work, committed to work, and also create culture. I think later we didn't use the term competence at the time because it was not yet in currency. Today we use it, but we use the term capability development. I think the institutions, organizations should build capabilities. I must say that the pandemic has taught a number of lessons for all of us. I've been suggesting to people that it is high time that HR people re-look at their role it has become a lot more important today than what it was. In those days, it was limited to a department, a function, a company. But today I see HR as the purpose of life. In fact, when I
तो बस
relook at
क्लियर है ना साउंड?
the
हाँ
most
एकदम बढ़िया है।
important contributions that have come from behavioral sciences by a person.
हाँ नसरू क्लियर था, सिर्फ आपके वीएलसी का और आवाज बढ़ा देना, वो शायद थोड़ा कम था, थोड़ा सा मतलब एंड में फुल नहीं था वो, सो उसके हिसाब से आप बढ़ा देना। और बाकी तो ठीक है। तो इसको, इस वीडियो को आप स्टैंड बाय पे रखो। अवार्ड कैटेगरीज तो अपनी 11:30 से खुलेंगी।
हाँ।
और हाँ बाकी तो सब ठीक है। वो रिवाइज वाला पीपीटी ही रेफर किया था ना नसरू, जो लास्ट हमने रात को 2 चेंज किए थे।
वही।
हाँ ठीक है ग्रेट। और सिमरन ये पूरा सेशन रिकॉर्ड होगा ना?
Yes, Neha. The entire session will be recorded.
हाँ ठीक है ठीक।
On the
And,
front end right now, the music is not playing.
सो सिमरन आपको एजेंडा मिल गया है,
नहीं आ रहा
आप एजेंडा के हिसाब से स्पॉटलाइट देना। पहले पियाली, फिर उमेश, देन पैनल में चारों को स्पॉटलाइट, या 5 लोग हैं पहले पैनल में, तो 1 बीइंग द मॉडरेटर।
Yes, everything is like noted by
हाँ,
Vivek, and
विवेक।
like yeah, he'll do it.
हाँ ठीक है विवेक, आप वो नेम सिर्फ एजेंडा से टैली कर लेना, जो लोग आ रहे हैं। सो आप उन्हीं को स्पॉटलाइट देना। और सिमरन ये लाइव हो जाने के बाद यहाँ पे जो भी इंसान कुछ भी बोलेगा वो लाइव दिखेगा, करेक्ट?
हाँ,
ओके ठीक है। एंड विवेक, हमने सिर्फ एक चीज चेक करनी रह गई कि अगर ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन पूछती है तो वो आप यहाँ पे पेस्ट करेंगे, वो हमने चेक नहीं किए, बट आई एम अज्यूमिंग इट्स द सेम प्रोसेस दैट
so we will put it in your chat box or on everyone's chat box.
एवरीवन में डालना, एवरीवन में। हाँ आई थिंक एवरीवन में ही डालना, क्योंकि वो तो ऑडियंस को नहीं दिखेगा ना।
नहीं।
हाँ ठीक है। सो द either the moderator or any panel will pick up that question and they
Okay.
can talk.
Okay.
Pyali, in your speech, in your script, we've not mentioned anywhere in the beginning that there's going to be a day full of, learning sessions also. Nor have I covered it. Neha, is Jagmohan there?
हाँ उमेश। उमेश, your voice is fading.
I said, has Jagmohan come or not come?
इसमें तो नहीं आए हैं। I spoke to him in the morning. He's not here at the moment.
Because in my opening and welcome speech also, I have not given any prelude to the proceedings of the day.
मतलब एजेंडा की बात कर रहे हैं?
हाँ, कहीं पे भी मतलब हमने इंडिकेट नहीं किया है।
हाँ नहीं उसमें नहीं, वो आप बोल सकते हैं कि जब आप स्पीच खत्म कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि एमएनसी वालों ने अपना एजेंडा स्क्रीन पे अपलोड किया है। और आई थिंक वो बोलने की जरूरत नहीं भी है उमेश, क्योंकि सबको एजेंडा भी जा चुका है, एंड पीपल हु विल सी इट ऑन स्क्रीन, दे विल सी अ क्लियर सेक्शन कॉल्ड एजेंडा एंड दे कैन गो थ्रू इट। सिमरन, अगर मैं आपको अभी रिवाइज्ड एजेंडा पीडीएफ का भेजूं तो वो रिप्लेस कर सकते हो? देयर इज ओनली वन स्लाइड चेंज। वो जो स्पीकर सेशन है उसमें मैंने सेशन का नाम नहीं लिखा था, बिकॉज वी जस्ट डिसाइडेड लास्ट नाइट।
हाँ, आप मेरे को भेज दो अभी, I'll
हाँ
put that.
हाँ डन।
We have 3 minutes to 10.
सिमरन, आई सेंट यू द एजेंडा. सिमरन, आप हमको व्हाट्सएप पे जो आपने ग्रुप में बनाया है उसमें मुझे सिर्फ काउंट भेजते रहना कि कितने लोग आए हैं, you know, in case you have the visibility once we start off.
Neha,
Okay.
Jagmohan will have about 4-5 slides when he presents.
हाँ, he will only share. He told me. वो
He can share it, na?
हाँ, he's working on it. So
Correct.
सिमरन, यहाँ पे सबको स्क्रीन शेयरिंग राइट्स है ना, बोलने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी ना बीच में?
नहीं, everyone has the screen sharing rights.
हाँ, ठीक है, ठीक. So in speaker session, Jagmohan will do it, you know, on his own. And उमेश, आपके सेशन के इमीडिएटली बाद प्लीज वो ग्रुप पे डल गया है ना कि वो आने वाले हैं ना पैनलिस्ट 10 मिनट पहले, क्योंकि हमें अगर जल्दी रैप अप हो जाएंगे तो फिर we will have a break sort of a thing.
So the morning one,
हाँ,
the first one is back to work, na?
correct. ठीक है, so I think it's 10. सिमरन क्या करें? उमेश?
Yeah, I'll give the countdown.
Yeah.
हाँ, आप पहले इनको स्पॉटलाइट पे ला दीजिए, पियाली को, एंड मैं यहाँ से लॉग ऑफ कर लूं?
हाँ, you can.
हाँ,
How many people have logged in, Simran?
संजय जी एजेंडा डाल दो प्लीज, व्हाट्सएप कर दिया मैंने. Sir, I'll just check. एक second, just give me a second. So we have around 24 people live.
Lovely.
Okay.
Neha, हमारा 10:30 बजे है ना बैक टू वर्क, so they should join at 10:20.
10:30 बजे, करेक्ट.
10:20.
10:20 बोल दो, बिल्कुल, है ना? ठीक है. हाँ, सो पियाली को छोड़ के सब म्यूट हो जाएंगे. नसरू, आप भी म्यूट हो जाना गलती से अगर हो जाता है तो, एंड वो स्क्रीन शेयरिंग अपना चालू रखना, टीवी राव का भी वीडियो ओपन रखना. ऑल द बेस्ट पियाली, लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड.
Thank you, and same to all of you.
थैंक यू. पियाली, मूव अ लिटिल ऑन योर राइट.
बस, perfect.
अभी ठीक है. हाँ, ठीक है.
Let's roll it, guys. All the best.
थैंक यू.
Vivek, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll give the countdown. Ma'am, when I say we're live, that's when you start speaking, okay? So 3, 2, 1, and we're live.
A leader par excellence goes extra mile to do what is right and what is required. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. With great joy and immense delight, I extend a warm welcome to our respected speakers and panelists, and each and everyone who has joined us today from across the country and overseas for the People First HR Excellence Awards 2021, celebrating and recognizing the hugely talented pool of HR professionals who enabled organizational success in their respective companies. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the opportunity to invite for the welcome address Mr. Umesh Ratheja. He comes with over 27 years of experience in strategic and operational areas with large and reputed Indian and multinational companies. He has extensive experience of managing highly dynamic people-centric sectors like technology, telecom, and insurance. He is the co-founder and director of two companies, the Next Milestone Technologies Private Limited, Sums Corp Solutions LLP. Umesh also spends time with the MBA students at various B schools in advising them on life skills. Mr. Umesh Ratheja, over to you, sir.
Good morning, friends. I hope you are having a lovely morning, and thank you for joining us through this platform. And as we go along, the day is going to unfold a lot of surprises. So, my dear distinguished guests and colleagues from HR Fraternity, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the People First HR Excellence Awards 2021. Today, I feel privileged and honored to stand here in front of you and acknowledge the achievements of our brilliant participants who have made both the HR fraternity and their organizations proud. As you all know, 2021 has been an exceptional year. It's proved to be a year full of challenges, a year full of surprises, a year full of VUCA. And while this all was happening, our industry captains continued to realign and recalibrate the organization as per the changing situations. It was very heartening to see organizations reinforce their commitment to people agenda in these turbulent and difficult times. Having said that, I salute our HR colleagues from all across who were toiling while all this uncertainties were going on and the demands on our HR friends had increased significantly. This program is held to recognize the organizations and individuals who have made an immense contribution to their organizations, to the HR profession, and to society at large. Especially this year, we saw over the last 21 months, we've seen organizations really step out and do things for the society. These brilliant organizations and these brilliant individuals have exhibited such an outstanding contribution that has not only helped them achieve their own goals, but also bring glory and success to their organizations. Today, we have gathered here not just to celebrate their achievements, but also give due regard to the values which these awardees exemplify. Qualities like discipline, compassion, resilience, zeal for learning. We saw the learning go, in these 21 months very differently. The organizations have invested in learning very differently. Awards are always a way to encourage the desirable behaviors and inculcate competitive spirit. This is the reason why People First organizes these award ceremonies every year, to encourage and to recognize the efforts put in by organizations and participants who have pushed the bar higher. This year, we would be giving away awards for 15 group categories and 6 individual categories. The awards to be distributed today are not just to recognize those who have performed exceptionally well in their respective categories, but also to honor those who have excelled in their respective categories. Suffice to say, there was a very, very rigorous process where we had 2 levels of jury selection. In the first level, the jury panel sieved through all the categories to come up with a short list. And in the second jury panel, which comprised of 16 jury members, go through the shortlisting of the nominations to further evaluate them. So level 1, you sieve through the process, have a shortlist. Level 2, there is a panel of 16 jury members which goes through all the nominations and the presentations, and post that you have the final juncture. At the final juncture, or at the juncture of the second jury level, given the rigorous process, each nomination is actually a winning entry. Having said that, it's only natural that 1 or 2 entries may actually stand out amongst all and be the winners. And these are the ones which compel us to call them as champions. Therefore, in each entry, we would like to congratulate both the winners and the champions. And we congratulate them for the effort and the hard work which they've been putting in. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I welcome you all and hope you enjoy the ceremony as we take off from here. Thank you so much. Pyali, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for talking about this process and the jury, the way they have moved with this awards. It was really encouraging to listen to this entire process that everybody has gone through. And well, as rightly said, it's going to be a power-packed day today as we will unfold the event further one by one as we move forward. So thank you once again, sir. Time for our keynote speaker. I'm elated to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. T.V. Rao, for this year's HR Excellence Awards event. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rao is no stranger to HR professionals or industry leaders in India and overseas. He was a professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, for over 20 years, beginning from 1973. While at IIMA, he was chairman of the postgraduate program, fellow program, public systems group, and the Ravi Mathai Center. He was on the board of IIMA from 2014 to 2018. He also worked with David McClelland of Harvard University and had done joint research projects with him in 70s. He has been HRD advisor to the Reserve Bank of India and served as member of the HRM Review Committee of Nationalized Banks set up by the Ministry of Finance in 2009 and 10. His consulting experience includes agencies like the USAID, UNESCO, UNIDO, UNICEF, FAO, Commonwealth Secretariat, London, and World Bank, among several others. Dr. Rao has over 60 books to his credit in the capacity of author, co-author, and editor. Well, Dr. T.V. Rao is unable to join us due to a personal exigency. Hence, he has shared a recorded message. Let's listen to him.
It's true. I think I still remember the day when we conceptualized a new department, a new function in Larsen & Toubro in the year 1974 to bring happiness at work. We said the entire purpose of the new function we were thinking is to make people to feel happy at work, committed to work, and also create culture. I think later we didn't use the term competence at the time because it was not yet in currency. Today we use it, but we use the term capability development. I think the institutions, organizations should build capabilities. I must say that the pandemic has taught a number of lessons for all of us. I've been suggesting to people that it is high time that HR people. It has become a lot more important today than what it was. In those days, it was limited to a department, a function, a company. But today, I see HR as the purpose of life. In fact, when I relook at the most important contributions that have come from behavioral sciences by a person like Abraham Maslow, who went on asking the question that what makes people behave the way they behave and came up with the need hierarchy theory. For many years, we went on self-actualization, need for recognition, need for power, need for achievement, all these needs in the fourth and fifth level as important drivers of the privileged people in industry and higher level organizations. Whereas I think the basic needs are very important. But pandemic has thrown the entire Maslow's theory in a way. I don't say it has thrown out, but it has helped us to think of human being as much simpler, not as complex as Maslow's need hierarchy paints. I think we only need three needs. One is the need to survive. And second is the need to be secure, emotionally secure by being with the loved ones, economically secure by continuing to have the basic minimum needs that are required to fulfill a good standard of living, and health security needs so that you should continue to survive. Once these two needs are fulfilled, then I say all the other needs of Maslow can be compressed into the need for identity. In fact, just this morning, I was thinking that this need for identity is something which most HR managers in gig economy should try to recognize and promote. Now, what I say, need for identity, is that we all are born talented. And by the choices we make, or sometimes our parents make knowingly or unknowingly, by suggesting us, you should be an engineer or you should be a doctor, and rarely they suggest us that you should be a HR person. You quite often end up joining a school of social work or an MBA. Of course, nowadays the trend has changed. Even after an IIT, there are people who choose to get into HR. So the moment I think you join a company, you are a prisoner of your choice or some parent's choice. You're not born as an engineer or a doctor or a musician. You're born with a lot of identities. So if you say after some time, maybe after you reach a particular level, I want to discover my potential, I want to then create. I am reminded of my own mother who started her life as a daily wage worker, then went to give Ayurveda medicines, then became a rice merchant, then became a politician, and she was not literate. She couldn't read and write. But when she died, she dies as General Secretary of the Andhra Pradesh Mahila Congress. Remarkable kind of achievement. So many identities. So you look at an ordinary workman in a factory, or a person who started as a program writer when he or she was young, can take different forms, and can have different identities. So if people are born so talented, we call them nowadays, you don't say HR, you say talent development. You also say, I think if you follow people like Sadhguru, possibility development, human possibility. There's so many terms that have come into existence. And to me, I don't totally go out of the HR, because I say that people are born with unlimited resources or competencies or talent and so on. So HR's job is to become a lot more broad-minded, and they should see that in whatever economy you have, to help people to discover the multiple identities. A workman can do so many things. A daily wage laborer can do so many things. It's not only a CEO who can do, certainly CEOs can do a lot more things and so on. So if the HR profession takes this approach and says that I'm here to promote multiple stakeholders. I'm an employee champion. I'm welfare champion for his or her family. I'm champion of the employer because without employers, employees don't exist. I'm champion of investors and I'm champion of the community. If the community doesn't take care of the health, infrastructure, other kind of things, nothing is going to happen. So the moment HR adopts this broad kind of a strategy, I think they are set out to be not only, we say, corona warriors or saviors of human lives, but they're also, say, providers of the livelihoods for people and so on. But I think we have a long way to go. There are a few small percentage of HR people who are well on their way and they have done marvelous jobs in their corporations. But I think most HR people still see themselves as prisoners because they see themselves as logistics managers, administration managers, and so on. I wish and pray that the HR profession grows to a level where it serves the entire humanity. HR is not meant for companies only. It's meant for the society at large. So everyone is his or her own HR manager. This is what I've been promoting, and pandemic has convinced me to promote this a lot more. Teachers, HR people, if you are into profession, it's a godsend opportunity. Don't waste it. People are very simple. They're not complex. Technology is an aid for us. We use technology to help people, and we should not become servants of the very technology we have created and kill each other or do harm to each other. I think we should help. And fortunately, technology in the recent past, post-pandemic, has helped people to survive, to help each other, to collaborate, to be very positive, and so on. So I think HR becomes a good facilitator of this particular kind of a thing to happen. There are, as you have rightly said, there are a large number of people who are contributing to HR. I'm sure in course of time, your own agency will recognize many of those and I think put HR in a totally new pedestal. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you so much, sir. As always, it was wonderful listening to you. All these encouraging words, definitely it's a great motivation for each and everyone who is, watching this program today. In fact, how wonderful it was to hear about, about the capability development and all of this work happening for, many, many decades now. Well, the lessons learned from this unprecedented time of COVID, I think definitely it teaches us a lot to learn and unlearn. And you reiterating about the Maslow's hierarchy post-COVID, it was really very interesting, sir, and an important learning about the surviving and then the need to be secured, especially emotionally and with the health. True meaning of identity and the role of HR that's happening in this new world now. Also about the gig economy, we will have a panel today during later part of the day where we will be having a panel discussion with professionals coming from all across the country. So thank you once again so much, sir, for for this keynote speech. It was absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was talking about that we have number of interesting programs today, and the time has now come in for a panel discussion. And the first topic that we have for today is quite an interesting one. At the same time, it's extremely significant, I would say, post the pandemic. With such a great start of the day, let us now move to this next part that I'm talking about, and I'm totally excited about it. As the pandemic reestablishes major work trends, HR leaders need to rethink workforce and employee planning, management, performance, and the experience strategies. Therefore, back to work post the pandemic for a discussion on this extremely imperative topic. I'm very pleased to welcome our distinguished panelists today. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, recognized as top 100 HR minds India by World HRD Congress in 2018, a seasoned leader in driving business outcomes in financial services, technology, and FMCG, with hands-on experience in organization development, design institutes, compensation and benefits, leadership assessments. Please welcome our first panelist, Mr. Ajay Arora, Head of HR APAC of Ocwen Financial Solutions. Our next panelist is Mr. Subramanian Suryanarayanan, Head HR Hinduja Leyland Finance. He has over 25 years of experience across diverse industries, namely telecom, consumer durable and beverage industry in domestic and international arena, and with the general insurance business since 2002. Welcome, sir. Let's meet our next panelist for this discussion, Mr. Shishir Agarwal, CHRO, PNB MetLife Life Insurance Company Limited. With over 23 years of multi-industry experience, his last stint spanning over 12 years was with Shell India Markets Private Limited. In his previous role, he was responsible for full spectrum of generalist HR function in India and global HR business partnership support to leaders and employees across multiple geographies, including US, Netherlands, Qatar, Malaysia, Singapore. He also served as talent advisor at Shell headquarters in the Netherlands. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andrew Rabi, Director, HR, Health and Safety, G4S India. He is responsible for leading the HR programs for companies 130,000 plus employees based out of 100 plus locations. In all his roles, he has been instrumental in creating winning teams, managing change, and leading automation and digitization initiatives to drive the objectives and the employee centricity. Welcome, sir. Let us now meet the moderator for this session. He has been with corporate industry for past 18 plus years and performed plethora of roles in HR, with an exposure into building right culture, restructuring M&A deals, and setting up HR shared services for end-to-end employee lifecycle. His specialties are in global ramp-ups, business transitions, supply chain projects, 360 degrees and OPQ coaching, and many more. May I invite the CHRO and Vice President, NISA Industrial Services Private Limited, Mr. Shantanu Bhattacharya, as the moderator. Great to have you all and looking forward to the discussions. Over to you, Mr. Shantanu.
Thank you very much, Piyali. Pleasure to be here, and thanks very much for two people first and Umesh and team for putting this together, and pleasure to meet my senior colleagues in the industry. As we have been given extremely hot and sensitive to handle topic, back to work. So let me begin with a quick couple of observations from our side, and before I go to my co-panelists and seek their views on understanding as to how they are dealing with these challenges in their own organization. The COVID-19 pandemic has, and welcome all our viewers, thank you so much for taking out time to join us. So the COVID-19 pandemic has transformed the world of work. While infections are continuing to rise in many parts of the world, some countries are now working to sustain declining rates and reactivating their economies. Governments, employers, and workers and their respective organizations have a key role to play in reinforcing the progress made in stemming infection rates by ensuring a safe return to work. This requires cooperation, coordination, action, as unsafe work practices anywhere pose a threat to work everywhere. The global pandemic has changed the way we look at things, right from where we work, how we work, and why we work, and who we work for. Organizations and employees across the globe have been forced to adapt to situations beyond their control, find strategies to stay afloat, retain jobs, and keep the loneliness at bay caused due to social distancing. The year 2021 is no less challenging than 2020. So we're going to focus on the future. From the final shift towards the full remote work settings, numerous lockdowns, health concerns, to the great reopening, and only to be swiftly followed by the great resignation and talent shortages. The disruption to our economies and to every organization had been continuous rather than episodic. As a result, HR would need to double down their efforts towards talent acquisition and retention in 2022, creating an employer brand and work environment that is attractive to both existing and new employees. In today's discussion, leaders and panelists will focus on adopting future practices as per their past experiences. Therefore, we will deliberate on the following areas to understand how some of the organizations across the sector and are adjusting to the new normal. So I'll list down some of the areas that we are going to touch upon. Industry best practices, challenges, how to overcome them, a meaningful change, restructuring costs, how well-being has taken all the center stage, global organizations, anyways in past, remote working has been pretty effective. Situation in India versus rest of the world, regulatory aspects, very important. Focus on future workforce, mindset, whether it is owner, promoter, employees, leadership, and of course, customer. Productivity issues and measurement, how we are dealing with that. Automation and digitization. And of course, last but not the least, the reskilling and skill set changes which are coming across. So these are some of the areas that we're going to talk upon, and our co-panelists would be focusing upon. So let me go over to Ajay. Ajay, thanks and good morning. So how are you dealing with in your organization, and what are some of the thoughts that you have, and how do you see the future in these aspects?
Right. So Shantanu, as far as the industry in which my company is, we have been remote. I mean, it can be called that we have been remote since very long, because we service the customer who is in the US, right? So for us to move to remote working and be work from home since March 2020 was easy, fairly easy. It has not been very easy for anyone, but it has been fairly easy for us. And since then, we've been very decisive in saying that we are going to continue having a mandatory work from home till December 2021. And although, about a month back, we communicated to our employees that from January it opens up, because of regulatory changes in the US, we have declared just yesterday that is going to continue for another 2 months. So we don't open till March, right? But again, as I see it, it all depends on the customer you are, servicing, whether your services are physical in nature or not. So industry to industry, it is different, right? Now, as far as we are concerned, we also were able to gain economically from this work from home situation. And we were also able to do a lot of extra things for our employees. It's very important. So the economic gains which we had because of giving away our offices and reducing our footprint, having just 1/3 of the seats in a managed services setup, we have been able to reinvest that money for our employees. So we've done a lot of new things, as every other panelist will also talk about. Today, the biggest buzzword is that it is HR's responsibility. Actually, not HR. It is the company's responsibility to look after the employees' health, well-being, etc., because that is very important for the employees' productivity nowadays and for their engagement. So we have reinvested, money into that. As far as regulation is concerned, the ability of our employees to work from office or work from home also depends on regulation, which is mostly American regulation. That is supporting largely, but there are many states who want people who are touching their loans to be working from office. As far as India's regulation is concerned, I can tell you it has been very, very positive, very supportive. And we also are there in Philippines. There's something new which is happening there. The SEZ equivalent is saying that you need to be working from office a very small percentage, 10% to 20%, to gain the tax advantage. I don't know when this can be even copied elsewhere in the world. So those are some of the important points, and I'll let the other panelists also talk, and I can take up my points later on. Rest of the points later on. Thank you, Shantanu.
All right, thanks, Ajay. Thanks for those observations. Let me go over to my friend Subbu. Hi, Subbu. Good morning.
Good morning.
Why don't you share, your thoughts on this, and of course, including what Ajay shared. How do you see it in your organization and industry as such, and how things are changing?
So, first of all, thank you for having me here. Appreciate that. I just want to say that the company Hinduja Leyland Finance, we belong to part of the NBFC space. The NBFC industry and is anyway regulated. At this point of time, we are following the regulations as prescribed by the government of India in terms of states open, shut, what needs to be shut, etc. So I think that's been the guideline all through. And I hear that a couple of days back we were talking about coming back to work. Everyone is wanting to come back to work, and suddenly the Omicron, over the last 1 week has been creating a lot of noise. In fact, yesterday, I'm not sure how many of you have seen that the government has again said, asked about 10 states to start bringing the curbs back. Now, including which means restrictions on attendance to office and all that stuff. Now, again, so we've not come out of the situation yet. I think there is a third wave which is possible. Everyone is now talking about it, even it's been in the papers this morning. So I think we need to enter into this phase very carefully. Per se, Hinduja Leyland Finance, we have come back to 5 days to work, and we've been doing that since about last 5 months, I think, ever since we started opening up. And have we had instances of people being infected? Yes, there have been, but proactive steps have been taken to ensure that we do the daily monitoring of the temperature. We ensure that people who are feeling sick do not attend office, and all of them. All of that sanitization of the office in case anyone has been found infected. And so we've been taking that steps, and I think that will continue in the near horizon as well as we in the next 12 to 18 months, because I'm not sure how long this is going to go on. But I think as an organization, we owe it to our employees to keep the environment a little safe, and we have to generally take care.
Okay, so when you say 5 days a week, so has that been changed from 6 days a week work to 5 days a week and to adopt to this new normal during pandemic? Is that what you meant?
No, I think the way it works is across the organization. There is a 6-day working. Corporate office during the COVID times have moved to kind of a 5-day work, but the 6th day is work from home.
Okay, all right.
So working, but working from home.
Okay, so from a policy perspective, there is no much change.
Not much change yet.
Okay, all right. I see a quick question. So an audience has asked that, what are the specific initiatives that we have taken for employee health and well-being? Anything from your side, Subbu, that you would like to share your practices adopted in Hinduja?
I think, from a standpoint that, from a Hinduja Leyland standpoint, I think one, we have been very aggressively driving the 2-dose vaccination. We drove it state-wise, we drove it supervisor-wise in terms of the number of people in each teams, so that today we are more or less very sure that we are 80% of our employees are second dose vaccinated, and we are moving that number up every day as we speak. And I think that's been the first step that we took. The second is, I think, in terms of intimation to people, making those small changes. Like, for example, we have built into the system where every morning when an employee comes in, he marks the attendance, but he has also got to declare if he is facing any kind of symptoms, which are COVID related. And if they are COVID related, we urge employees to stay at home, and we tell them that you should come back only after you do an RT-PCR test and the report comes negative. Only then you can come back to work. And I think that's been the second step that we have taken. The third is to urge employees everywhere to, safeguard themselves wherever they are going. So there is a no visitor policy at work, which is where it's kind of slightly it's kind of coming back to normalcy, but we have not yet started it fully. So meetings are largely outside, and wherever meetings are required to be done, we are saying, please have a safe distance while you speak to other people. Wear your masks, use your sanitizers when you go in and meet customers, because that is something that is an imperative for us.
Okay, all right. So what unique practices are the organizations doing to welcome, encourage their employees, back, since they are also feeling more comfortable working from their homes? Subbu?
For us, I think, work from home is difficult in the NBFC space because majority of the staff are on the field, collecting whatever we have lent. So unless and until they go on to the field, customers are not easily accessible on the phone, especially to the target customers that we service. And therefore, for us, it becomes extremely important that we have to be on the field. So that's a no-brainer. Wherever over the last 3-4 months, we've been urging employees to come back to work because I think connections are important. People build trust, people build a very strong relationship while at work. I'm not saying that work from home is not possible, but that's something that the organization is exploring at this point of time.
All right. Thank you so much, Subbu. Let me go over to Shishir. Hi, good morning, Shishir.
Hi, good morning. So I was just, I had raised my hand. So if you permit me, I'll just answer the couple of questions that were asked, just add on to what Subbu was saying.
Sure. Please go ahead. Please.
So I think from a health, what are the initiatives that people are taking from health and wellness? I think the first important point from my perspective is that communicating clearly that employee safety is the paramount and the most important aspect. I mean, that reiteration of that message that business and other things come second. Employee safety and their well-being is extremely important. And I think through not only communicating, but through various whatever actions you take or whatever messages you give out, I think that is important first. So that's first. But other than that, I think in addition to, I think Subbu mentioned several points, and I think those are very, very relevant. And all of us are, we are also doing that in terms of emphasizing vaccination and other things. What we have also tried to do is tie up for any kind of under 24-hour helpline kind of a stuff where employees feel comfortable reaching out in case they have any need, any questions, because many times there is always this fear factor. Suddenly, if I am diagnosed or my family member is diagnosed, what next now? Whom do I call? Where do I go? What do I do? And I think there are a lot of wrong practices or wrong WhatsApp messages or which are not credible messages floating around. So it's important that you kind of provide them with the right advice. So getting them to talk to credible doctor or a helpline where they can provide initial response. After that, of course, you go into whatever else has to be done in terms of treatment. But I think that has worked well for us as an organization as well. In addition to that, I think during the last 1.5 to 2 years, there has been a lot of emphasis, a lot of challenges that employees have gone through because of what they've seen in multiple waves. And this fear factor is there, which has taken its toll on their mental well-being and health. So I think a lot of sessions that we have tried to focus, and I'm sure many others are focusing on, to try and assuage that fear and get them to mentally feel comfortable about themselves, that it is okay to be concerned, fearful, and a bit this thing issue, what is going on in the around you. But how do you deal with it? Give them therapies around that. I think that has also worked a bit for us and gone well, especially because our organization is 18,000 people spread around the country. So it's a huge challenge to really reach out to them and get everyone to be assured. So I think that is, honestly, those are few things that I thought could be an additional add-on things that we have done and could work for others as well.
All right, thanks. So Shishir, any specific challenge that you see from a sectoral perspective, from an industry segment perspective, that you see and or foresee, and what are we? I mean, how are you and your leadership team addressing that challenge?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks. So just for everyone's information, because I did not introduce, PNB MetLife is into life insurance business, and of course, I mean, for us, last 1.5 years has been a revelation. I mean, the importance of the work that this organization does or the industry has come to the fore, and everyone has started realizing. Earlier, it was a bad thing where one had to push a product that, okay, you need a life insurance, and people kind of said, okay, maybe not. But now I think people have realized. So that's a good part in terms of building awareness and recognition that everyone needs life insurance for themselves. So that's a good part. But I think from a industry perspective, I think what has happened is, and during these times, 1.5 years, last 2 years, we had no option but to continue working for our customers. And I think that is something which is extremely important for us to understand, because life insurance or health insurance, while we talk a lot about the health workers and the hospital staff and people who were supporting, and of course they were kudos to them. But I think the professionals around insurance, life insurance and health insurance, etc., were equally working very, very hard to support customers during their time of need. Because for us, this was a time of reckoning, that this is a time when last 20 years we have been doing business, we've been selling policies, and this is the time when they need it. We have never seen such kind of a scenario where such large number of employees and a target population, the ideal population, as we say, in terms of anyone whom we want to sell policies. That was the group that was impacted significantly, and our claims and mortality went up for everyone. So we had to be there in times of need for them. So we had to do a lot of stuff in terms of beefing up our customer service, claims team, putting additional resources there so that they could service the customers in time, within 2, 3, 4 hours, one day, so that they get supported and they feel comfortable when they are going through their worst period of time. So multiple things around that we have tried to do. And I think as an organization, we do believe that as an industry, I would say, I mean, talking more from an industry perspective, we have evolved. And this whole process has accelerated the whole customer life cycle journey or customer support journey that we used to have. Till now, the industry has been more focused on new business generation, selling new policies. But I think this event has really brought in the focus on providing service to the customers much, much more than possibly what it was in the past.
All right. Thanks. All right. Very, very enlightening. So thanks so much. Let me go over to Andreep. Hi, Andreep. Good morning. So your views and your take on some of the best practices. Of course, industry being security, it's a very, very different ball game. And fortunately, I also am a part of the same industry. So yes. What are some of the best practices that G4S India and also globally that has been approached, or leadership is doing about? and how you guys are overcoming some of the challenges that you see in business and as such in terms of managing employees' expectation.
Thanks, Shantanu. And first of all, I'd like to thank Umesh and his team and the People First team for hosting this event. And I wish the best to all the winners who are going to walk in today. I'm also honored to be part of this esteemed panel. And of course, listening to Subbu, Ajay, Shishir has been an enlightening experience. I think the challenges that Ajay manages are very different to Shishir. And I think he made a very strong point. It was the time for reckoning. That you've taken policies, you've sold so much, how are you responding? And I'm sure that, PNB with his 18,000 plus people would have done extremely well. Similarly, Subbu, people needed money. So his organization, how did he reach out to customers and ensure that, money was available on the tap during this difficult time? I think these are some of the great things the various organization has done. And of course, being part of this panel has helped me to understand some of those nuances, which we ordinarily don't understand. So before I get into what we did, let me explain what G4S is for the audiences. Largely, I guess it's important for me to tell. So G4 has is a part of a global organization. We are present in around 100 countries. We have recently been acquired by Allied Universal, and which makes us the largest and the biggest in the global scenario. In India, we've been present for more than 30 years, and we have 125,000 plus people working for us for past couple of years. We have the security business, we have the technology business, we have the facilities business, and we also have a small factory in Faridabad, which manufactures uniforms centrally for all the staff in India and some of the parts of other parts of the world. We also have a global development center, which does all technology development for all across the world based out of India. And we also have the Financial Sales Services Center, which does the back-end operations for financial services in India for the region. So that's how we are structured. And therefore, we had to look very differently in each of these business. So there was no one size fits all. And of course, we realize that when you have 125,000 people plus in the field, and they are almost in all pin codes and districts of the country, and only trying to find out which hospital has isolation ward where people can be admitted for if they have an infection or they're suspecting, how the notifications are coming from various district authorities, and how do we really stay compliant to regulations for this itself is a big task for us. I think it was very humbling experience from a customer side, because they realized that the police came as a second line of defense. The first line of defense was security guard for all the customers and people who were there. I think so we had to quickly put down the protocol method, how to really do the sanitization. And we also, when the government came out with regulation, when you're opening the office, that you have to sanitize your office every week, it came us as an idea to launch a product for the customers that, how do we really go about doing sanitization. So of course, it was a exciting time for us to learn a lot of things, for us to really keep on supporting our employees on the field and also keep on supporting our customers on. So there was a lot of learning that
I think I'm finding some disturbance on your network, Andale. Is everybody able to hear him?
No, we lost him.
Lost him.
Yeah.
I think so that all the companies experimented.
Andale, we lost you in
between. The issues that were facing with us. That hello.
Yeah, Andale, we lost you in between. There was complete disruption.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's better now. It's better now.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that.
But your video is.
Yeah, video is still frozen.
Okay. Am I audible? I'll continue because we have.
Yes. Now you're perfect. You're back. Yeah.
So I think something that we did very innovative was that we founded that people were not telling us if they are well or not well, because COVID was a taboo at that point of time for a lot of people. And then we realized something, we launched something called as SOS, that if you are having cold, cough, or feverish, please let us know. Because if somebody with these kind of issues used to come to a unit, he had chances of infecting everybody else. And that's one battle that we were trying to fight, and we were able to quickly come up with a technology which helped us to understand the person is displaying any of the symptoms.
So, Anlev, I think you are still facing a disruption on the network. So we are unable to hear you. Okay. Till Anlev is back. Ajay,
The second we did, like Shishir was also consultation free of cost to all our staff.
There is, I think he lost the
Shantanu,
connection.
I wanted to say a few things on
Yes,
the
please. Yes.
second question that was asked, and Shishir spoke very in a very detailed fashion about that, about wellness initiatives, etc., that were done for the employees during this period. And I must say that we are very thankful to the life insurance and the medical insurance companies, and also the third party administrators and the brokers who help the companies buy insurance for employees, because Shishir is absolutely right. This was a time, this was a moment of reckoning, and all of these players have risen up to the challenge and have helped employees a lot, have helped the companies a lot. So I wanted to say, some of the things which we did. One of the things which I will speak about first, which is of course in the past, but in the future also it can be used, is that there were limited hospital beds, there was limited reach, right? These companies, although they are not in that business, they helped the companies and employees get the medical care when it was absolutely required. Reinsurance rates have increased, and now let me talk about present and future.
So who are these who help the companies for the beds and admissions? Who are
the
these?
Life insurance companies, the medical insurance companies, the brokers who help buy insurance, the third party administrators, all of them help, right?
Sure.
And they help companies also reach out to the vendors and the organizations who were able to run vaccination camps for companies. So, as far as, Auckland is concerned in India, we've been able to vaccinate our employees. We've run, multiple times, we've tried to run campaigns to vaccinate employees, and we've been successful as a large number of our employees are vaccinated. In Philippines, it is a bit of challenge till now. We are still trying, if that can happen. So coming back, so the reinsurance rates have increased. So next year is not looking very positive. Our costs are going to increase, but believe me, again, these companies like PNB, MetLife, and other companies have risen to the challenge. They're helping employers get the right kind of discounts. It's not that we are, spending a lot of money. So that is very good for not only the employer, but also for the employee, right? Because see, this benefit in India is very unique. Actually, the whole of Asia, in whole of Asia, this benefit is quite unique because one, it is not very expensive. Second, at least in India, people are underinsured. They don't believe in buying insurance for themselves, especially health insurance, right? So the assistance that the company provides is very, very important. So continuing with that, keep increasing the benefit in that is very, very important for companies. I mean, you're hard pressed for budgets every year, but believe me, we try to push this particular thing through, right? One of the things which also happened during this year is that the health insurance companies, they helped employers by approving medical care from home, COVID medical care from home, which is not part of any of the policy conditions. Technically, it should not be, right? Because technically it is all hospitalization. So that again was a unique thing which the life insurance companies and medical insurance companies have done to help employees, to help people, to help employers. And kudos to them. Really thankful to Shishir, your company, and many others in the space. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, having said that, their claim ratios have also gone up.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. Right? They're not making money, but they still helped us, get the right discounts. Our cost is not increasing as much as it should actually, because they are paying a lot of money to reinsurers. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the health, coming back to health and wellness initiatives, which according to me are going to continue now. They have become a way of life, right? We at Ocwen always had two specific things, actually three specific things, right? One was doctor on call or available through email or available through chat. We've had this service since the last 4 years or 5 years.
Okay.
But it was not used that much, if you ask me. But in 2020, it was a savior. In 2021, it was a savior. So yes, we had to do a lot of communication campaign. The guys, you already have this service. You don't need to go anywhere. You just need to look at the right numbers, call them, chat with them, whatever you want. It is all available. So that has helped a lot. And Shishir also spoke about that. So that is a very important service. If the companies do not have it, I think it is time to sign up for those, because that's the first line of defense. At least you can immediately tap a medical practitioner, a doctor, or a nurse through that service. Very, very important.
I think that's something very, very unique that I'm hearing, and that's very proactive. I'll not ask you if your team was forcing the pandemic, but this is something very, very unique.
Yeah,
great to hear about that. Yeah.
Yes, and it is not very difficult to get it. You don't always need to go and find a new vendor, because every company today has insurance benefits for our employees. All the companies which are part of this, providing medical insurance, the brokers, the TPA, they all have contacts. They will help you get the right service for you. So example, for us, it is through our broker, Futurist. Okay. Now, that is one. Secondly, emotional well-being is again a subject on which we have provided services since last 5 to 6 years. Again, they were very important, during this time. It is an anonymous service, so we don't get, who is using the service, but we get the numbers. So during these 2 years, especially in 2021, the numbers shot up 5 to 6 times. Number of people using those services, right? And that has been a very important, unique point, which everybody has been writing on even in media, in newspapers, that people need emotional support. Many of them are going through semi-depression. They don't talk about it, but at least these kind of services help, because they're anonymous. You can reach out to them and take help. And as I said, people have taken help. 5 to 6 times the number has increased. So that's the second thing which I want to say. Third thing, we used to have.
This is what you mean by counseling, right? The counseling services.
EAP services, counseling.
Okay, great.
Exactly, right?
Sure.
The third thing is that we always had in office availability of a nursing, rooms, not nursing rooms, that's a wrong thing to say, medical rooms. And the second thing is, yoga, Zumba, those fitness sessions, but in office. Now, the point was to move them quickly to virtual. Most of the fitness providers today have this service. It is very important. I can tell you, we ran an experiment. Okay? In 2020, we were late in providing this service virtually ourselves. But in the meantime, what we said was, we tied up with a few fitness providers and we provided discounts to them. Okay, why don't you use those as per your own, time and your convenience? Here is a discount for you to use those services. So that's the encouragement, right? But people did not use it. The usage was very low. And then the company said, okay, we will start the program by having sessions where company pays for it. And it clicked. We anticipated about 15-20 people per session. It's 100 people per session. The fitness provider is now, now complaining that we didn't want to sign up for this, it's loss making for us. But the point here is not that the company is paying so people are joining. No, that's not the point. The point here is that there is something which is available running. You don't need to take individual initiative. That is helping the employee.
Sure. I think that's a very hot skill set we must also start practicing. So let me thanks Ajay for those additions. Andale, let me go back to you. Sorry, we lost you for the network inconvenience. So why don't you finish your points, please?
So I'll just continue where Ajay left. So I think we also lost a lot of. So like first I said that trying to find out who is not well is one thing that we focused on through technology. The other thing, like Ajay was mentioning, that we focus a lot on mental well-being. So we ran a simple program to help people understand what does it mean that when we say that you need help, and what seriousness of help do you require? Do you require by just talking to someone? Do you require to go across and take a professional help? And then we made it possible for people to take professional help, and we gave them contacts. You would be surprised to know that there are a lot of free services available by the government of India in these spaces. And all you need to do is call. We tested, it worked perfectly fine. I think we also did one thing, that the government came with a lot of initiatives. So while Shishir and some of his counterparts did an extremely great job in terms of providing medical facilities and support, the government also wasn't left behind. If you look at my workforce, 90% of my workforce or more is covered under the ESIC. And somebody asked a question, what happened if somebody was not well due to COVID, 14 days, quarantine and things like that.
Yes.
So government did give the salaries during this period. Government was very supportive in giving admissions to people at ESIC hospital. And wherever they didn't have any kind of facilities, they sent it back to, they had a tie-up with the hospital. So we saw a lot of support from the government. And it's still, they came out with regulations on PF and other things, which helped our people immensely. So I think it's the way the whole government machinery, the private sector, they all work together for a larger cause of, supporting each other, helping each other. I think that came out extremely well, and I hope the trend continues going forward. So from our perspective, when I look at my GDC, FSCC have not opened now. GDC, we have taken a decision that end of 2022, we are not going to open, because there are, comfort issues, there is, cost issues that we are looking at, and the service delivery is happening. We were surprised that, people delivered while working at home, and there were no issues, and business continues as it is. So these are some of the great learnings we had. How does become a part of the entire scheme? How does we create some of the designs around it? Are still some questions that we have not figured out. So we did a home working survey. We tried up a leased company in UK to do a survey and to analyze what is productivity, how home working can happen, and things like that. And there are some learnings. And of course, as we go from one stage of uncertainty to second stage of uncertainty, we'll also become wiser. And hopefully, we should come out to find a solution that it is a temporary solution that we need to find, or it's a permanent solution. This is the way we are going to live of uncertainty. So these are some of the questions we are grappling with. I think from a cost angle, a lot of things were done from a productivity and other perspective. The sales function was working very differently. Now, virtual meetings became a reality, and suddenly you were able to increase the number of activity rate for the salespeople. Customer service became a little more easier, because then you can reach out to more customers based on their availability. Connect with each other was a far more better thing, while it missed out on the physical connect, but the number of interactions went up. Managing your meeting schedule was a difficult thing. So this is another issue that we faced, and there were no free time, and that's where some exercise, or what Ajay mentioned, that some exercise sessions, or something as simple as cooking session organized by us by a master chef was taken up very well. So people were looking forward to a lot of other things, which will just give them a little relief from the routine. So these are some of the learnings, and it's not end of the story. We will continue to evolve. We'll continue to learn from our own experiences, from talking to each other, and let's hope that we pursue that journey. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, so Andali, when you mentioned that we are still, figuring it out in terms of the overall practices of productivity enhancement and how to sort of adjust to the new normal. And I heard you saying that, you guys have globally gone and tied up with with some kind of an external agency who's sort of helping you guys out to figure this out. So what exactly it is, and what is that, we are trying to get to? Can you just explain that a little bit?
Oh, sure. So I think
That's
the
a very
few things we
interesting stuff,
wanted
by
to
the way.
understand that, few things we wanted to understand. What can be at flexible working, what has to be in the office. So that's the first kind of segregation that we make. Second, understanding what resources are required and what is the benchmarking. So somebody gave resources, somebody gave extra resources, somebody didn't give any resources. So what's the kind of infrastructure and support which is required? The third thing is that how managers view at the productivity increase or decrease of their teams. So I think that's the other aspect that we try to study. The fourth aspect that we try to study, what are some of the challenges people faced while working from home? And of course, somewhere we need to understand in a more in a design fashion that, what are the challenges? We can't take it for granted, that you're working at home, everything is fine. So, and what happened to the social interactions and quality of discussions? So, for example, our leadership team said that, we need to really engage with each other to really discuss certain issues, because that's where the ideation happens. It's very difficult for us to do, while we are sitting in our own houses. So those are some of the things that we were trying to study at a global level, try to understand that how things pan out. And at a global scale, how do we really look at this, and how do we design ourselves to address some of the issues in future? I hope I've been able to explain in terms of what are the parameters we were trying to study. And so as we were making our mind, things started looking positive. And as we started again deciding, then again there is a sense of uncertainty that has come. So that's what I said. We will continue to evolve. We'll continue to learn. And we are yet to make up a mind whether it's a permanent or a temporary solution. I really don't. It's very difficult to state, and for how long it's going to stay.
Sure.
But I think the important thing is we need to learn how to live through it. Whether it's my guard who's there on the front end, or it is my facility services person who's going and cleaning the entire office, or this is my technology team which is sitting out of home and working and delivering. Because at the end of the day, we have to deliver. And some of the jobs will require a physical presence, some of the jobs may not. But how do we really come to this new term, and how do we learn to live with it while giving support to people is something that we need to learn very, very quickly.
Sure. Thanks for those thoughts, Andali. Really encouraging and very insightful. Let me go over to Subbu back. Subbu, I would like to understand from you that how your organization, especially when you during the discussion, you mentioned that there is a workforce on the field which is mandatory and that is sort of uncompromisable given the nature of business that you guys are into. So how do you sort of keep them motivated? How do you manage to get them come to work in spite of all the odds which is happening around pandemic and personal well-being, family well-being, social well-being? So what are some of the things that you manage to do to get them on the field, on a day-to-day, and how does the organization take care of them? What are the challenges that you see?
I think it's been about 8 months here for me, and therefore what I've seen and observed is that I think for a large organization which has a field force which is a large field force, you need to have very good managers, very good team leaders on the ground. And one of the things that has happened, structurally, as I would speak, is there's been a constant communication which has happened over the last one and a half years with all the members of the field, where we have been very proactive in saying, if there is a stress, don't ask employees to come to work. But we need to know, we also, when the situation was easing and when we were coming back to normal, we told our field, the field as well, that we need to get our employees back into the field to ensure that the collections are happening, because at the end of the day, it impacts the organization and the organization results as well if you're not collecting on the ground. So therefore, the collections as a whole, for example, from all the monies lent, I think it's a critical responsibility. And unless and until you said it right, the team managers, the leaders on the ground, unless and until they are staying connected with their teams, getting people back into the workforce, those are some things that are extremely critical. I think some of the things that have gone our way and which I think the organization has done well is even after the first phase of pandemic, when a lot of people thought about whether to give increases and all, we did give the increases, and that started off last year. And I think that sent out a very positive message to the field as well, that this organization will take care of you. That's one. Second is
easier said than done.
Yeah, it's easier said than done. The second important thing I think which the organization has done is it has managed employees and employees' performance very, very carefully, and has been sensitive to that fact that there is a pandemic outside. And I think that's the second biggest thing. The third important thing is in case of any emergency, I think the people have kind of rallied around that individual's family to support that individual, and that has gone a long way of creating a kind of a very strong bonding at the field level. The fourth, I think, is our ability to communicate, and share with the larger organization examples of what has happened and how we treat. So how do we manage in case there is a death which has happened? How do we manage that death case? How do we quickly get back? How do we inform the family? How soon do we get the monies to the family and take care of their support? We have also gone ahead and said that in case an employee has passed away during these last 1.5 years, we will automatically give employment to anyone in their family. It is open. So I think that has again been one of the steps, and it is not us. I think a lot of companies in the industry have done that. Taking care of family members, taking care of their educational needs, even ensuring that the salaries of the employees who have passed away, we will pay till retirement. And I think that is these are some of the things that we have taken. I don't say we are the only company who are doing it, but a lot of companies have done it, and they've gone about it very, very quietly. And I think that means a lot, from an organization standpoint. These are messages, there are verbal and non-verbal communications that employees look at. Has the organization taken care of us at a time of need? Has the organization supported us, when it is required? Have I got an advance? We've gone to an extent of giving salary advances to people in case their family was hospitalized. And mind you, we have employees who are at 10,000-12,000 rupees of salary or minimum wages, and to that family member, getting 2 lakhs of money as a salary advance is a big thing at the time of crisis, and we have done that, and we have helped people at those times. So I think that messaging has gone off a very long way to ensure that there is a very strong bond that has been built over the period of time. I mean, we have followed government rules wherever, as and when the government said, the lockdown is applicable, and we have locked it. Whenever they have said, we are coming back to work and we have gradually opened it, we have followed all the norms to ensure that we gradually open back. We've been tough with some of the business heads who have sat down late to ensure that business is bound. We've told them that you cannot do it. You will have to find alternate ways of doing during the day and during the hours when you need to do it, because we don't want an issue. So I think those have been some of the steps which we have taken to ensure that there is a strong bonding within the organization, and employees understand that this organization is there for you and will support you in the long run. I think those messages are extremely important. So when you do that, automatically the employees also respond back to you.
So I think that balancing act is something which is very, very unique, because business heads are struggling with numbers, are struggling with delivery. So they always want to give an extra pressure on their subordinates to deliver. I can understand, and at the same time, you've got to be empathetic to them in these tiring times. They're also managing businesses, which is helping the organizations to survive. So thanks for those thoughts, Subbu. Let me go over to Shishir, please. Shishir, what are your thoughts on this? How do you see people on the ground, on the field, those who are into field roles are struggling, and how, as an organization, we are sort of trying to help them, and what are some of the best practices that you have come across in last 1.5 to 2 years time?
So thanks. Thanks. I think, Subbu, I think you made very valid points in terms of creating that ecosystem of support for our employees, because that kind of reassures employees that the organization and my colleagues and my managers are here to support me when, in case there is something which goes wrong. I think all of us do recognize that businesses have to continue working, employees have to continue selling, because you cannot shut down an enterprise, because then there's an employment issue for a larger group. Plus, a lot of these field force employees, their larger dependence is on the incentive payouts that they get from selling new business rather than the fixed salaries, right? Their fixed salaries are very minimal. So for them to be able to continue sustaining their livelihood, it is important they also continue to do business so that they can make those incentives, whatever little or whatever they can do, because they have got used to that incentive package as part of their overall compensation, this thing. So it becomes difficult, and organizations support them by paying only the fixed salary if you are on leave, if you are on COVID, this thing, or whatever happens, not the incentive part, right? So I think that's important. So I think one most important part, which is what Subbu also mentioned, is creating that ecosystem of support, which reassures them that organization is here to support them. So be it salary advance, be it through additional COVID coverage. So we have COVID coverage policies, etc., which we did for employees in the field force, because in case you get infected, you have additional cover to take care of, additional leaves, family support. So all those are standard stuff. I think one other big important thing that we need to do, and which is what has happened over the last 1.5 years, is this whole acceleration of automation in the tools that you provide. So in the past and pre-COVID, there was always a need for the sales employees to go and meet up with customers to do business, or they had to have that face-to-face interaction to do business. And that was a mindset that they always have been built and have always had, that I need to meet. And customers also almost expected that by someone comes and tells me or sells me a policy, then only I will buy. I think that has transitioned, and I think most organizations have kind of come out with tools and mechanisms where you can actually do the selling virtually. And I think which also requires a lot of mindset change for the sales employees, because you need to get them trained on how to do those things, how to do selling through virtual means or various other ways. And you don't need to necessarily put your life at risk by going out to do the selling. I think that part, has got accelerated, and more companies, and most companies in the field force have adopted systems and automation or tools which have enabled them to do that. I think that
still adopting.
Yeah, all of us are, right? Yeah. So all of us are. I think the one other aspect which I would mention here is also about the mindset of leaders. And you touched upon business leaders mostly wanting to continue doing business, and of course they need to do. But many a times when things ease off, right, when the waves have come down, numbers have come down, they kind of put down the pedal and they really start putting pressure that, okay, now is the time, let me cover up for all the business that I have lost, and kind of double the business in shorter period of time to maximize my opportunity. And I think that kind of puts a lot of stress, pressure, and a situation which kind of leads to people not responding as well. So I think we HR professionals have to be kind of those gatekeepers and people who need to kind of continuously monitor and remind leaders that, okay, I understand the business priorities. I understand that you've lost out on some business, but that does not mean that you can now suddenly double up the business and grow. I mean, it will come back at its own pace, and we need to support our employees and ensure that they feel comfortable about how they go about doing the business. So I think, which is kind of a mindset related issue as well at leadership level. I think that is an important aspect that all of us need to really work on to get the right mindset of supporting our employees during this phase, because this waves up and down is likely to continue. I mean, as Anjali was saying, we've seen 2 waves, and now we are all sitting on the cusp of a 3rd wave potentially starting. And this whole process will most probably continue the way we are seeing in the West. So I think we need to get used to this new normal in a way, and get leaders to understand that they need to find ways of continuing to do business without putting undue pressure when potentially things are slightly better outside, because things are not going to be better continuously outside for some time.
All right, all right. I think very, very insightful. You made a couple of very key points, Shishir. Thanks for that. So I think let me try and conclude and also share. I think it's a great learning for me individually from each one of you. What are some of the organizations adopting and approaching towards in terms of, and how we can therefore focus and help organizations to sustain during these trying times. And adopting some of those well practices. And as some of you correctly said, that I think the world is still evolving, organizations are evolving, professionals are evolving, sales professionals are evolving, business leaders mindsets are still evolving. And I think we will see a lot of changes in the way things shape up and happen in next 1.5 years time. So yes, definitely, we were also grappling with a similar issue. We are a security-based, organization who are into security and technology. We have been present for last, 50 years, in India. But I think, we are not as big and as to the scale of G4S. They are far bigger. They are global players. But, we are much smaller, in terms of size and shape. But there are a couple of very unique propositions that they, that we have. And we have been, these guys have been in business for a while. NISA Industrial Services. So I think the first problem that we got affected with is the number of deployment. So, and that has got a direct correlation with a hit on the top line, and therefore it directly impacts the bottom line. But that's the first thing that we sort of got hit by when back in 2019 March it started, and by May we could see our collections dipping down. We could see our top lines getting affected. We could see our balance sheets getting a little difficult to read through, etc., etc. So and for a lot of mid-sized cap organization, I'll be very candid to submit this to all of you and to the audience, that for a lot of smaller organizations, it became extremely difficult to sustain and coexist. Okay, because there was an immense pressure on the top line. Promoters had to take a hard call by not wanting to take it, because the old people, the staff are very, very close to their heart, and some of the direct staff, as Andy was mentioning, I mean, they have been a part of the organization for 15 years, 20 years, 25 years. Now, suddenly they not finding work is a big challenge. It's a big issue, and it's not it's them only. It's them and their families who have been associated, with the organization over the years. So it's very emotional, distress as well, right? Accompanied by, of course, the economical issue. So I think the first thing that we obviously you had to do is relook at your structures and the way the organizations are functioning. You do not have deep pockets to operate at a very big cushion structure. So you have to lean down your structure. You have to have a direct span of control established, so that the decision making is faster, your span of control increases, your cost reduces commensurately. So I think three broad categories of the cost, if you look at. So one is, of course, the people, the staff cost, the cost of operating, and the fixed cost, which is the infra, etc. So I think all the cost line items have gone through a lot of change, and we had to recalculate the ratios that we want to operate at. Okay, we call it average cost ratio, right? So we need to look at the revised ratio and more realistically. Of course, we had at NISA, we had set up a crack team, which is at a corporate level, which comprises of all the cross function, including IT, business excellence, payroll, etc. So this crack team would help enable people at the circles, being part of the corporate. Our job is to enable people at the corporate, and that's what we exactly set up and help the organization to sort of strive through the tough times. And what they did, it was very successful, a model to adopt to and operate with. because obviously when at a circle level, at a geography level, people are looking up to you that how you can enable them and help them to sustain during these tiring times. Of course, I mean, some of the, initiatives like vaccination drive were also, done, but unfortunately, again, with small branches, we could not, help them to also do a similar drive at every branch, but yes, at large, where there are certain number and above, we did try to organize some of those, health drive, vaccination drives. We tied up. Apart from that, a lot of changes I see in the policies, and I think me and my team have worked very, very aggressively on the policy changes in last 1 year, more to say. So we are still a promoter-driven organization, which is slowly, sort of getting professionalized. So we deal with a lot of those mindset issues, those belief issues, and which will only change with time, because you don't want to disbelieve what you have seen happening right for last 15 years versus next 1 year, right? So that's a tug of war which will always keep on happening, and not only with the promoters but with also many professionals, so to say. But I think that's very interesting, and that's where HR is put into center stage and on sharing the boardroom and changing those mindsets and trying to cater to those objection handling with each one of us that we sort of go through inside the boardroom. But I think overall, yes, I agree with all of you that we are still adopting, we are still evolving as professionals, as organization. And as Anlip said that there's a global research that this is very, very interesting for me to know that people are trying to find out the flexibility aspects, the balancing act, the resource benchmarking, the productivity, how to, and there is no right answer to that, right? So we all need to understand, introspect, learn, unlearn, and then adopt to the new normal. And I think we all are trying to struggle and do that. But I think that's sort of fantastic. So overall, very, very enriching and enlightening for me to learn from each one of you, because that's a very, very diverse panel with a very, very different set of businesses. So how across sectors people are adopting to this new normal is extremely interesting, and I think we should keep connecting more often to understand that next 6 months what are the changes, and next 1 year what are the changes which are happening. And of course, our audience should be very, very interested to understand that how do they partake this in their respective organizations and help the organization and businesses to sort of sustain. So thank you so much, all of you, Ajay, Shishir, Anlib, Subbu, and of course, special thanks to Umesh and team for putting this together. It was a pleasure meeting all of you. Thank you very much. Look forward to see you again. Thank you so much. Over back to you, Umesh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you once again to all our panelists and the moderator. Absolutely, as you rightly said, what an enlightening discussion this was, and very insightful. There were a lot of takeaways, and it was really good to hear, the journey of each and every one, which is very unique to your own industry and sector. Yes, future practices, most important now for this discussion, how some of these sectors, are adjusting to this new normal. Some of the very key points that came out from this discussion and very beautifully summarized by Mr. Shantanu Bhattacharya on the industry's best practices, the meaningful changes that is happening. Of course, there is a restructuring cost to why, we are going through these changes. Remote working, something, yes, it's going to be here, it's going to stay here, and therefore the regulatory aspect that comes into picture. Mindset of everyone through the spectrum, from colleagues, employees, to the customers. Productivity and the new definitions probably of the key performance indicators that you mentioned, especially talked about some of the roles like the sales, which probably had a very different kind of an impact. So it was really remarkable to hear the perspectives from each of you and some of the initiatives that your organizations have taken to overcome, these challenges. I recall listening most of it, what we are doing here in India, but I also could learn some new things that's happening around the world, and globally everybody's responding to the best of their ability and capacity and the possible ways. So once again, thank you so much to all our panelists for this enriching session. Thank you to our moderator for beautifully taking through all the questions and a complete journey on how back to work is happening these days. So thank you once again, everyone.
Pleasure is mine, PLE. Thank you so very much, and thanks to all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, everyone, after this brilliant, insightful discussions that we had, we are now moving to the next part of our program, which I am personally very, very excited, to start with, the People First HR Excellence Awards. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the Excellence Awards are the most coveted, sought after, and the longest running awards in the field of HR. They distinguish the professionals and companies who are stretching the boundaries of the people strategy. Well, so let's take this time and rejoice the finest initiatives in HR by organizations across geographies and provide the opportunity for the experts to identify the world-class work that's done by your colleagues. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived for the recognition of organizations in various categories of leading practices in HR. And I'm thrilled to begin with the first set of awards for the People First HR Excellence Awards 2021. Well, let's start with the first award category, Leading Practices in Talent Management. On how does the company define and spot talent, takes responsibility for managing and giving development opportunities and its implementation. And the winners are Servion Global Solutions Limited, CISA Goa Iron Ore Business, Cairn Oil and Gas Vedanta Limited, and the one who steered a little ahead is the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, ITC Infotech. Congratulations. And with this, we move on to the next category. The next category is leading practices in employee engagement, which includes well thought out strategy linking employee engagement to the heart of the business, motivation programs that have made a significant difference to organizations' productivity and performance. And the proud winners are Trans, Minda Corporation Limited, Aftermarket Division, Detsu World Services, Ashok Leyland Limited. So congratulations to the winners. The champion in this category is Citymax and Foodmark Landmark Group Hospitality. With this, we go to our next category now, which is leading practices in HR transformation. Well, we are talking about practices here, which includes organizations that have completed a successful people-focused business transformation program till its implementation and have also done the measurement of outcome. And the winner is Cairn Oil and Gas Vedanta Limited. And now let's applaud the champion in leading practices in HR transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, Next Gen Healthcare India Private Limited. Congratulations. Well, now that we have met a few champions, we move to our next category, which is leading practices in employee relations. This category is about the innovative ways and efforts put in by an organization to form strong relations with its staff and the workforce. This may range from industrial relations across large sections to the management of disputes involving individuals. And the winners are Ultratech Cement Limited, unit of Balaji Cement Works. The next winner is Sudarshan Chemical Industries Limited. The other winner in this category of leading practices in employee relations, Dev Information Technology Limited. And now, the one which emerged as the champion, Vedanta Limited, Lanjigar. Congratulations to all the winners and champions till now. And we have a lot more leading practices to talk about. So let's move to the next category. Leading practices in HR business partnership. This award is about unique approaches developed, taking into account challenges pertaining to alignment of HR strategies to the dynamic business environment. And we have a few winners in this award category. The first proud winner is FNF India. The next winner is Cairn Oil and Gas Vedanta Limited. The next winner is City Max and Food Mark Landmark Group Hospitality. And now, let's welcome the champion with a thunderous applause. Ladies and gentlemen, ITC Infotech. Well, now moving on to our next category of the award, leading practices in HR risk management. Considering the challenges relating to the evolving statutory compliances and regulations required to maintain a safe and healthy workplace. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted and pleased to announce the champion in leading practices in HR risk management, Infosys Limited. Congratulations to the entire team. With the first set of awards, last but not the least, leading practices in benefits administration. Well, very key to any organization. In this, we are talking about the organization which has closely aligned its benefits strategy to the business objectives in order to incentivize and enhance productivity and subsequently the impact on employee engagement and the overall bottom line. Well, I am delighted to announce the champion in this category, Signet Infotech. Congratulations, in fact, a super congratulations to all the winners and champions of the Leading Practices Award. Best wishes to all of you and many more to come for all the organizations. Congratulations again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is always, I would probably say, super fun to have awards and recognitions. Any level, any organization, any sector, any industry, getting recognized, getting to be identified, doing something extraordinary or contributing to the overall objectives of the organization is fantastic, and it always feels great. It always feels more motivated to probably perform better, feels very encouraging for the overall team to believe how they're contributing and how they're adding value to their organization's objective and to their customers, partners, consumers, everyone in the entire value chain. So I'm very happy and glad to see so many of you here in these awards. We have a completely power-packed programs, even in the second half of our HR Excellence Awards program today. With the next panel discussion that we have, we will come back exactly at 12 noon. So I will talk about that panel discussion a little bit more once we are all back. So I am going to see you all at 12 noon sharp. See you.
Good morning, Umesh.
Good morning, Sanjay. I think we are live streaming, so we're just waiting for the others to come in.
Okay.
And then our host Piali will take it over from there.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Hi, morning all. I'm just testing.
Sir, Umesh sir, you can talk over here also. All of this is not going on the platform for now. It will only go when the countdown will be given.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think it's getting streamed there.
Holding slide over there. I can share my screen to show it to you. So this is what's on the platform, Abhi.
I could hear Mahesh Gera there.
No.
Yeah, hi Umesh, morning. I thought I'm in the studio right now with you.
I'm there. Hi Mahesh.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Milind. Hi, Yatendra.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Milind. Morning, Sanjay.
Hi.
Morning,
Morning,
Hi,
Yatendra.
morning.
Hi.
Hi, Yatendra, Mahesh. Hi, Milind.
Hi.
So, Ali, I think you should take over now.
So we requested everyone to come back at 12 noon. So probably
Right.
after a minute will be fine.
Sure. We can do that. Let's give them a minute extra. Just that it's getting live streamed. So I was asking Simran.
So we'll start when you want us to start, we'll give you a countdown.
Simran, we'll start at 12 because we
Okay.
asked people to come back at 12. Yeah, because our earlier session got over just in time and we had couple of almost about 15 minutes. So we asked people to come back at 12.
Oh, okay, sir.
So really, I'll take leave. I'm shutting off my mic and camera and moving out of the screen.
Sure.
Just do the introduction and let the show begin.
So welcome back, everyone.
Ma'am, we haven't started yet.
Okay, let me know when you do.
Yes, ma'am. Vivek, are we ready? Okay. Ma'am, I'll start with the countdown. 3, 2, 1, and we're live.
Welcome back, everyone, to the People First HR Excellence Awards 2021. Well, after these super exciting Excellence Awards and the remarkable achievements, it's time to get back to some noteworthy discussion on topics which are need of the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion. India is experiencing a seismic shift in its work culture today. The gig economy is one such shift that has grown significantly in the past decade with the advent of technology platforms like Ola, Uber, Swiggy, among many others. We have invited a panel of experts who are leading in their own right and have rich, diverse professional experience for an in-depth discussion on this ecosystem. The eminent panelists for the panel discussion on gig economy are Mr. Milind Mutalik, Head of Employee Experience at Acolyte Digital, responsible for supporting the strategic and growth initiatives creating processes for best-in-class employee experience, and managing the employee life cycle in HR function. He is an avid writer and has authored various thought leadership articles in HR, published in ET, HR World, Sites in Plus, and People Matters. Prior experience includes leadership roles at DBL Foods, that is the mother's recipe, Cognizant Technologies, to name a few. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
A high energy business leader with rich multifunctional experience of approximately 3 decades with brands like Seat, Schindler, Honda, Reliance, Bharti Airtel, and sectors like enterprise training, FMCG to building and construction industry. Mr. Mahesh Gera is currently the Group CHRO at Rustomjee and has been driving performance delivery through a complete gamut of people and process interventions. He has also been an international faculty for Hemsley Fraser of UK, where he gained rich experience of handling HR from across the globe. Welcome, sir.
Thanks, Piali. Looking forward.
Thank you. Well, our next renowned panelist is passionate about human relations with a purpose to ignite the human spark to build a better business and a best place to work. Mr. Yatendra Vijay, Director HR and Admin InfoStretch, comes with rich cross-cultural experience of managing over 4,000 employees across different geographies and is also leading the People Agenda. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Piali.
Last but not the least, our moderator for the panel discussion is none other than Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Vice President HR and Admin at Apar Industries Limited. Evolved and passionate HR professional with experience across sectors like IT, IT-enabled services, telecom, financial services, and manufacturing, Sanjay has been a faculty and mentor in many Premier League B schools and has many articles to his credit published in leading newspapers and magazines. Over to you, sir, and welcome everyone.
Thank you, Piali. Good morning, everyone. Let's begin with trying to grapple with the phenomenon which is called gig. So gig has many facets. So if we see traditionally, there have been other forms, but today when we are confronted with gig workers, let's so to say, I think there are 3 forms primarily. One is when you are interacting with Uber, Ola on the one hand, or Zomato, Swiggy on the other, or Amazon and Big Basket on the other. So they have their own, delivery boys and others. This is one form of big gig which comes to our mind. The second one, of course, is, has been there for a long time, which is the IT services industry, where the outsourcing has happened either from from US or Europe and other countries. And this has been the other gig economy, gig working experience that we have had. The third, of course, has been and has increased substantially is in the manufacturing world, where you have the contract workmen. Now, I think there's a larger share of work which has gone to the contract workmen. Gig, I think, is a fundamental, correct, paradigm for the economy today and has always been. But there has been some kind of economic distortion. So what we have read in economics is that manpower is a variable cost. However, for reasons beyond our control, sometimes due to, maybe unfortunately, not so much better our efforts on manpower planning and the tight controls there and monitoring and the correlations between the workforce and the business, maybe those matrices and other things not being so much in place. So it's somehow become a fixed cost. However, traditionally, it is always supposed to be a variable cost, which is now coming into its own, if you see now. More so in the last 2 years because of the pandemic, because of work from home, and because of the millennials joining the workforce and their inclination. And apart from this, of course, there are the other reasons like the startups which are there. Even the 4 labor codes, if you see, they have these fixed term contracts now. They are envisaging the 4 labor codes which are going to come. So due to these reasons, the gig is certainly increasing substantially, and at the same time bringing in a lot of challenges in its wake. Challenges of hiring, of employee engagement, productivity, results, business results, delivery, KRA setting, all the processes. Now, these are some of the challenges and which are going to confront the talent management paradigm, which we have evolved. The organizations as well as the HR has evolved in a very fixed pattern, in a fixed term employment, permanent employee paradigm. Now, with this, I think maybe we have to increase our talent pool. We have to think innovatively. So the talent pool could include, could become diverse and include women coming back to the workforce after maternity, maybe healthy, retired persons more to be there. They have always been there sometime. So there is a very interesting context of the discussion, and you have eminent panelists. Let me first invite Milind to talk on Milind, the demographic dividend of India today. Large number of young people that we have. How do we, it's an opportunity, but how do we leverage it?
Okay.
That is this thing. And how has it evolved? How has gig evolved in the last few years?
All right. Thanks so much, Sanjay, for the context, and thanks to all the panelists and Umesh for inviting me on the panel. Thanks to everyone. Let me start by giving a bit of a different thought on this. Gig, for that matter, for last 10 years or so, we have been seeing that there is a change. The concept is obviously there. The adoption is on the rise. But if you see in last 10 years, on-demand services, okay, or for that matter, not exactly the formal contract, but pay as you use, has the concept which has come in. Now, when this has come in, the trade has changed. The individuals, the way they are consuming has changed. So what I'm trying to drive is the point of change in the society, change in the habits of the society of consumption, for that matter, even preferences which have been there. Okay. Now, all this has changed the other side of the thing also, of the services. And coming to the way we would like to engage now, if you look at, again, coming to a data or a, kind of a numbers, all of us know that India has a population of more than 1.3 billion. That is currently, if I look at, I've just Googled the data and found it, that 139 crores, 19 lakhs and 458. And it's like Birbal's story, if less than what it is and more what it is. But the point is, out of this, you find that there are 40% around are in the age of Generation Z. And that is nothing but less than 20 of age. All those who were born before 2001, 89 to 2001, being considered as so-called new millennial or Z generation. Millennial is going up to age of 35. Now, these two classes are on an average, I would say about knowledge economy, 50% or even 50, 60% of the workforce is this population. And the needs are different as compared to what probably the earlier generations had. Now, what are the needs they typically talk about? Number one, they would like to be engaged fully to utilize their talent. They're not here to compromise on their time or, for that matter, engagement. So if you have engagement for 8 hours, I'll give you 8 hours. Okay, so that is the first mindset. Number two, the skills are definitely very competitive. We have been seeing the skill is, and today everyone who's in the knowledge economy, information technology industry is facing the flavor of the season known as Great Resignation. Okay, so the point is the demand supply situation is even bad. The skills are really required skills. So typically they look at their own well-being. They expect that to be there. Then they look at ethical aspects of the whole job. Then they look at how the diversity inclusion has to be done, and then transparency in the leadership. So all these aspects are need of the time. And this is being said by Gartner. It's not my thought, but it's a research by Gartner which says this. Now, what does that mean? This means the demography has changed. We have to look at our models where we are able to really ensure that we are able to either engage for 8 hours or ready to accept somebody who's going to give me the part of the services or part of the delivery. How do I protect it? What are the challenges which are there? That's a part of it. But opportunity is huge today. There's another aspect to the whole thing. Again, going out of the Boston Consulting Group research very recently, it says about 500 million is a working population in India, and out of that 290 million is other than farms. And this other than farms, what demography is actually being picked up as a gig is more of in the real estate and construction, which is about 22% of it. Then comes in manufacturing, which is picking up again, same about 20-21%. Going to transportation, logistic picks up about 16% in retail. What leaves out actually as a knowledge economy is just about 5 to 6%. Now, what does that mean? There's a lot of shift which is happening or would happen in the knowledge economy, where everybody wants to learn, educate, and get onto it. And that being the reason, are we really prepared for this shift of accepting? So example, out of this, total population, only 25% of the females are currently in the working zone. So that's a big potential. They are students. Now, typically, this whole of a generation which is coming now are technically savvy. They are having an entrepreneurship. So that being a reason, I have been dealing with a lot of management students and find that they already have 1 or 2 startups with which they are being into. It's not a question of profit or loss, but it's a question of they getting into that. So the startup, the new aspect, because all of us again know from the references that startups have got the maximum funding in last 2 years, okay, or last 1.5 years post the pandemic, and the demand increased there too. So gig, one, from the demography point of view, I would say there is 40+% available, female folks who are there, students who are there. This is all available to us. Okay, coming to the challenges, the controls we would like to have. So as I made a mention, the mindset had changed. In my times, I would always look for a full-time job. And this is again, my perspective, that Indian mindset typically is a mindset of possession. A typical question I ask many people, how many years you can stay in the rental house? Would you stay for 25 years? I don't think I'll get yes as an answer. Many of them would like to possess the house, possess the car. So, many a times I, in my organization, tried to introduce a lease car scheme. It didn't work out because people want to own it. Now, from that ownership and possession, use and pay is is shifting as a mindset. And that being a reason, gig is going to be possible. But the challenge is accepting that is going to be one of the most important challenge. 2, how do we protect the whole aspect of credential, background check, loss in case on the job, or so on and so forth. These are some of the challenges which I feel would be around us. There are platforms with the technology emergence. It is possible to have a data control. A lot of things are available today to have identification, which was not there earlier. So in summary, I would say mindset shift, skills are available, demography is available to you. But what is required is how do you move up the value chain rather than using only the so-called semi-skilled or unskilled workers? How do you get into the zone of skilled and the knowledge-based manpower, which would really give us a help? We do find that there are, along with Uber and Ola, there are services of Urban Clap and others which they have somebody who's a wellness coach, somebody who is typically doing your makeup, somebody. So there is a shift which is happening even in that area. But what is needed is overall approach to look at all these factors which are advantageous, and the way the platforms also to protect. How do we best productively use this population which is available, resources available with us? I'll stop at this.
Thank you, Milind. And before I move on to the next panelist, let me request the audience that there is a Q&A chat which is available. You may write your questions there. Thank you, Milind. And my next question is to Yatendra. So Yatendra, how do you envisage the role of gig? You know, what are the future opportunities and what do you think are the limitations, you know, on the systems, processes, controls? I mean, Milind has already dwelt upon primarily the kind of a mindset of a use and pay. How do we accept it? How the background verification is to be done, how the controls are to be set in, the mindset shift which is there, how we move up the value chain instead of only getting a labor arbitrage. So now I would request you to enlighten us with the role of the gig, how we see the future opportunities and the limitations which we will.
Thank you, Sanjay, and thank you, Milind, for sharing the fantastic analytics. I think some of it, what I wanted to share, you've already picked up. That's the beauty of being with eminent leaders around. But I'll just share, what is that we all know, and what my perspective is towards what is in for gig economy in future. We all know that the India is among the 5th largest country when it comes to flexi staffing, along with US, China, Brazil, and Japan. And hence, in my view, I see immense potential for the growth of gig culture in the country. And having said that, this will certainly benefit employers, employees, as well as the gains would be beyond the traditional notions on demand, availability, and flexibility, right? Milind just quoted the BCG, and I picked up some of the extract from the BCG, the Boston Consulting Group's report, which was recently shared. They've estimated that the gig economy has the potential to service up to 90 million jobs in India alone. 90 million jobs in non-farm economy alone. Transact over USD 250 billion in volume of work, and contribute an incremental 1.25% to India's GDP over the long term. And we all know the BCG, the reports, we all must have gone through how factual they are. But this to me was phenomenal, right? 1.25% of forecasting in terms of GDP. That clearly indicates what this economic will bring to us. The 4th large industry sectors that will get benefited would be construction, manufacturing, retail, logistics, transport, etc. That will contribute to close to 70 million of potential gigable jobs. And when I say gigable jobs, that's not just the existing jobs moving to the platforms, but this will also create new jobs. Beyond the platform jobs that we see, some of them that we quoted, like Ola, Uber, or etc. There will be new jobs that we foresee. And this will also boost jobs for women. So in totality, I think the statistic that looks is that we have a bright future of the economy coming forward in the future for us. On your second part, on the challenges and the limitations, I think the first limitation that I personally believe is that most of the organization still engage the gig employees or the alternative workforce in a very transactional model. When I say transactional model, for the mindset that we have, Milind shared there's a mindset shift happening, but I personally believe that it'll take some time for us to move to where we intend to be when it comes to seeing a different perspective of the gig culture. So most of us still are into the transactional model and not getting into the strategical role that will complement the workforce with mainstream workforce, rather than just to be looked upon as a substitute to the permanent employees, right? So that's one of the challenges that I foresee personally, and I think quite a few of you you have already covered, Sanjay and Milind, that there's no clear employment relationship. There's a culture clash that's happening. There's lack of stability. There's a lack of grievance redressal mechanism. This sector as of now is mostly unregulated. And a very important point that you shared, right, was around the background verification or quality of checks that we do. Traditionally, this industry, as far as I see it, has worked more on references, right? So if I know someone, I'll refer the individual for the similar job, etc., because predominantly it's a blue collar job. That's how it is seen. But as we move towards it, I think that will not suffice. And at the same time, the verification and the quality of verification or the quality of checks will need a drastic change, and it's another big challenge that I see. we all talk about culture, and I'm a big fan of human relationships. That's the term that we use often. I personally believe that there's a scope of improvement in the way the employer-employee bond is seen in this particular segment. Right, that's another challenge that I personally see. It's still in the traditional relationships. This is mine. This is not mine. And lastly, in the interest of time, we all have seen a lot of protests happening in the recent past from some of the platform employees, etc. There's a scope of improvement in the overall ethical basis of the gig economy. Now, that's a strong statement, but I personally believe that it still needs a lot of improvement in terms of how it is structured, like minimum wages, worker protection, consumer rights, etc., etc. So that's my thought, Sanjay, and I still believe that there's a bright future, but at the same time there are quite a few challenges, not just restricted to the regulations, but also towards the mindset shift, towards the technological shifts that we all are seeing. Thanks to COVID, a lot of things have happened for good, but there's still a lot of scope. Thank you.
Thank you, Yatendra. I think it was very interesting, this narration, and it builds on what Milind has so, in depth with his research analysis, and so have you, done that. So I think we could now, see in the terms of numbers, the size of the gig economy today, the gig workforce today, and what would be the size, Yatendra, and the industry segments that would foresee more and more of gig workforce. And the mindset shift from transactional to the strategic, which Milind also spoke about, you built upon it. And I think a very important piece was the culture building part, where it is, I would also agree with you, it borders on ethical prescriptions, in fact, and the ethical on ethics. So, the kind of employer-employee bond which is there today, and the scope of improvement out there, immense scope there, and how we look at that and other things. And that is more important because work is going to be done more and more by the gig, so to say, workers, for want of a better expression, let me put that. The gig workers are going to be more and more important and central to the business delivery. So that has to change and it has to improve. And alongside the processes which you rightly mentioned, right from background verification, how referrals cannot be the only source. So thank you for really, enlightening all of us with this. With this, I move on to Mahesh. And Mahesh, I would request you to educate us more on the impact of gig on the workforce, on traditional talent management practices, and anything else that you may like to, mention around this.
Certainly. Thanks, Sanjay. Thanks, Umesh and team, for putting up this wonderful panel and this amazing subject, which has been very touchy for all of us. While we were thinking about what's up in the air, I was wondering if gig allows me to take Yatendra's rich voice. It's such impressive voice. If I could take it on a gig model and use it, that would be great. So there days aren't far away where we should be able to leverage that to our advantage, leverage each one's strength. And I think amazing thought process, folks. Milind, Yatendra, Sanjay. I think right context. Many a time and in most such forums where we have been talking about gig, I sometimes feel that had it not been for the technology, we are probably a little overawed by the word and the jargon. I was born in a agri family. I was born with gigs all around, at the farm. Every year these gigs would come, they would work, and they would work on profit sharing. And we have seen that in the agrarian economy for decades. I mean, for our generation, we have seen it through and through. But of course, there's apart from the jargonization, of course, there is a very strong trend of the informal getting into the formal. So I think we were talking about it. A lot of these roles, jobs, work was always there in place. It is thanks to technology. It is thanks to those platforms that they are all getting recognized. And there is an amazing sense of parity. I mean, you come out of the Uber, you want to give that guy a feedback of 4.5 on 5. he also has a choice to give you feedback. How were you? You know, I mean, that kind of parity we never had with a customer. So there are of course, in the true sense, it is leading to some very good things, and in a certain sense, and a very uncanny one. And the HR folks are known to have schemes like bring your own device, BYOD. I think it is heading to bring your own employee. You know, it's like it's a BYOE. I was today morning reading an article, an amazing story by Daily Hunt, which talked about a guy who for 5 years went on getting promotions, and he hardly worked. He never worked actually. So he was, and I'm sure that the tech folks on the forum will allow me to share this. I mean, with due respect, that he was in a company which had outsourced in some job. And in the first 2 months, he figured out a code. And in the 2 months salary, he gave it to someone and developed the code to do whatever job he was required to do. For 5 years, he went on to do it without doing a single work. And he's mentioned it very nicely. He says, I kept sleeping, going for movies, and every day I went on getting, and I got appreciation, rewards, promotions. 5 years. Finally, I mean, it took that organization, and I'm assuming not everything is fake in this world. So, and vice versa. So, allow me to say that, but then it is pretty much possible. So there will be the challenges of all kinds with the kind of evolution. And I think there was this wonderful video where one of the HR folks was asking the speaker after a forum, yeah, how do we retain these guys? They come and they leave us. Tell us a formula. How do we retain them? He said, there is none. You can't retain them. He said, listen, your father's generation was for survival. They had, 6, 7 kids. Your generation was for lifestyle. You had a car, home, EMI. This generation is for experience. And it's a fact. All of us are now looking at the generation, which is which is what used to be, single kid or double kid kind of, parents are both working, or at least, but there is hardly the family size. They're already rich. I don't think they need anything more. They just need experience. So I think, and then there is that very popular, the Dubai Sheikh's story, which he says the next generation will be back on camel probably, So things like that, we will have multiple things to delve over as we go along. But yes, the change is pretty much there, and change is pretty much visible. And some of the difficult things to achieve. And as we all said, that not everything can be outsourced to a gig. I recollect very recently, I went on to Urban Clap and requested for someone to come and assemble a small piece of furniture by IKEA. And this guy simply came, and after 5 minutes he said, "Sir, आप किसी और को बुला लीजिए, ये मेरा काम नहीं है." And he had no remorse. He felt that he was not fit for it. He had brought some devices, because this whole process means you bring your skills, you bring your devices, you bring your safety, you bring your compliances. You are the one who is end of it all. And so finally, I had to actually reach out back to the platform. They had to send somebody else, etc., etc. But in the process, what happens? So at risk is quality of work. At risk is serious work. At risk is business growth. At risk is customer service. At risk is employer brand many a time. And when I say for a minute, even if a story of the kind is true, that for 5 years someone could simply put a code in place and go scot-free, I'm sure this could be a freak case. I'm sure all the HR folks are usually very close to all their employees, if not all the time, at least once in a while. And I feel it is very important in this scenario to be close to even the gigs. And that approach in the traditional economy is completely, I mean, it's like a given. You can't survive, especially in the sector that we are in. In real estate, we understand our cycles. I mean, IT still can afford a bench strength. IT can afford a fairly decent amount of visibility in terms of the business upstream. Real estate works on multiple approvals and projects, and there are multiple sign-offs before you actually go ahead and launch a project. So, and as projects phase out, your critical talent sometimes is actually surplus for quite some time in between, but you have to keep them engaged, motivated, charged, enthused. And there is, at the same time, there is somebody in the job market looking for that talent because they are at the peak of their project and they have a serious dearth of it. So, as a strategy, I think one of the, I still remember early days of HR, when coming with very, Reliance ADAG kind of backgrounds where an off-roll and a very large volume of an off-roll would be mean an off-roll in the entire ecosystem and probably would be a, bad name to be attached to. But today, I very strongly feel that even if we have people on different roles, we have deliberately ensured that there is no policy differentials. They are entitled to the similar facilities, similar work environment, similar benefits, similar insurance cover, mediclaim cover, growth, promotion, increments. In fact, they're a part of the same bell curve. We don't differentiate them anywhere. To an extent that, 3-4 years back, someone came in and asked me, these two are interns, should they be sitting in the onboarding? And I first said no. I said, no, why should they be sitting in the onboarding? They are interns for 2 months. Then we just had an afterthought. I said, why not? I mean, I think this is our opportunity for them to learn that what is in store for them if tomorrow they decide to be with us, So I think in terms of practices, we will have to modulate ourselves. We will have to keep innovating in terms of how do we deal with this change. And this change is not stopping anywhere. It is like every day's change, because right now we are talking about the urban Uberization of it, the urban claps and the Swiggies of the world, and we read ample amount of stories. But one of the bigger worries which I have is actually not for the HR folks. I am actually pretty confident that our HR folks have already graduated to this much before. What is worrisome to me is this, gig mindset. There is a certain startupness in this generation. So, we went to IIMs to hire. We went to, IIM Lucknow, IIM Kozhikode, and the people whom we hired went to IIM Amritsar. All these places, when we brought those people, some of them were so disillusioned in about a month's time. Their complete subject changed, not with the environment of the organization or something. They suddenly say, I think I'm cut out for data analytics. I'm cut out for this. I'm cut out. That is very surprising. So I think the challenge more than managing the ecosystem will be the mindset is one of the thoughts which I feel. And I think all the HR folks will have to work extensively towards providing that kind of environment. And how do we leverage that strength of the gig economy? And I hope I have not overshot my time to the response, Sanjay. There is this one more thing which we have experienced, practiced over the COVID period especially, and it has worked to our advantage, is that we very aggressively launched a sabbatical. And that sabbatical worked very well wherever we sensed a little gigism in roles. And that really worked very well for us. And we were very fair. We gave people the option. There were people who wanted to pursue a passion along with the job. So today in my work structure, I have people who are full-time on roles. There are people who are retainers. There are consultants. There are people who are partly shared with another large corporate. And that's an agreement which we have done with, with obviously like-minded people. Incidentally, we happen to have the privilege of having a CHRO's forum of the real estate group, and we are fairly candid. Unlike many other competitive spaces, we share a lot, and we are able to do that seamlessly sometimes. So then there are multiple such, options. And in our case, compliances is very critical because a lot of work gets done through contractors, and it is not new. It was age old. And the principal employer status that we have is something which is which really keeps you on your toes on all the compliances, which really works well and helps. So those were my thoughts, Sanjay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mahesh. I think you very well summed up. I think you started with a very interesting and a very grounded, observation that in the agrarian economy we've always had the gig working based on the seasonalities. So that's something. And then it's very important to move on from the informal to the formal employee relations scenario for ensuring better processes in the context of the gig workers, for ensuring better business processes, deliveries, results. Otherwise, the challenges are of the quality of work, like the urban clap example you gave, the quality of work which will be there, the customer satisfaction which will be there, even to the brand of the company. However, at the same time, there are challenges of control as well, which you gave. I'm sure that is in a freak case, an extreme case. However, I think technology is coming up in cybersecurity and all, how to monitor, particularly work from home thing. But it is now, and the chatbots, I think, are also, really addressing that even a smaller size of HR professionals can now interface on a regular basis with a large number of people. Of course, I would not say it can ever, substitute for a real human interaction, which is face to face or even over a call. However, it is close to that. I think so. Technology definitely is going to help us. Nevertheless, there are immense challenge of control, which has to be addressed. And
I think Sanjay, I think add to just a one line I would like to add there, if Milind and Yatindra allow me, is that, absolutely rightly said. And at my end, I have had this internal debate. Our CIO brought in the desk time, which actually monitors your screen time, etc. And we have this perennial debate on whether you should really have tools like that to test whether people are working or not. And at the same time, I have management. We have been always debating between the journey from KRAs to OKRs. And if it is outcome linked, then I really don't need to be bothered. Is the story of the day in the morning. It said as long as the work was getting done and it was getting done better than others is where it was coming from, But thanks. I just thought I'll add these 2 points.
Yes, it's such a valid point, Mahesh. In fact, in our organization also, we grappled with this. There was a time when we were thinking of having monitoring of the screen time. Then later on, we decided in favor of employee privacy rather than getting into that extent, and the right movement from KRAs to OKRs. So if the outcomes are actually better many a time. In fact, rather, despite working from home, I'm sure everyone experienced that in the last 2 years, that there had been too much stress on the employees, and they themselves volunteered to work for such long hours. In fact, that has caused a lot of stress. So probably, as you rightly mentioned, it's not needed. Nevertheless, for the free case, I would say if there is any control to be applied, maybe an audit kind of a scenario kind of thing. And also, Mahesh, I think it was very good that you really brought in the paradigm of survival, lifestyle, and the experience kind of shifts which have happened from an economic standpoint in the overall generation which is working. And also the kind of family pressures and single child families, both parents working, sometimes broken homes. It's not very uncommon now. So, what kind of pressures on companionship and personality development is formed on that. So all that really leads to this. Maybe tomorrow it is HR which has to address these emotional imbalances in an individual life. With the joint family gone, the nuclear family also not fully operational, because if both parents are working, maybe HR folks have to find a way to address these emotional imbalances. Work has to go on and people have to be living and happy. So nothing is beyond the purview of HR in that sense, I would say, till the time it respects the privacy of people beyond a point in that. I think that was a very good narration of the difference between the on-roll and off-roll, as you rightly mentioned. So I would now request Milind and Yatindra, if you would like to, mention any other points. So you may please go before we move on to conclusion.
So let me mention 1 or 2 points. One of the very important things we realized in last 2 years of pandemic is it has been proven that one can virtually work, especially in the IT services or IT digitization transformation which we do for our clients. It is proven that you can have work from home settings and it will be efficient for the company. We track the utilization based on the timesheet and other things, and we really don't do that monitoring because that works more negative. While that has happened, we hear very clearly from the industry as well as NASSCOM pointed out, there are techies who are doing more than one job at a time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's something which is the other side of it. But do you really transfer that trust on your employees? Because this pandemic also allowed us, while there were a lot of people in the first year, it was not so, but this year, 21, we have had many people moving from jobs, one job to another, etc. And everybody, be it a biggies like Cogni to Wipro to Infi, everyone faced a challenge of people moving out. This was an exact opportunity where you can engage the third party who would able to have the probably resources with them who will able to come in and help you. You can engage the interns, and we did that. We've got actually interns from some of the universities for whole 1 year. I know there would be a little bit of a brushing up or training of refresher need to be done for them. But we could utilize this channel. The third part which we have done, especially we launched a program for bringing back the females who have discontinued from a work because of whatever reason. We do have our assessment tools where we're able to check whether they are really qualifying for it. And this added up some part. I'm not saying that complete, we are in the great situation where we are not impacted by a great resignation. No, we have been impacted. But how we are solving while we are making our efforts for the lateral manpower, we have tapped these two sources of working women who left the jobs and want to come back, and the interns, and that's something which helped us. However, another one very advantageous point is we started hiring also people from various locations. Now many a times it so happened that people moved to a particular locations like of Bangalore, like of where Mumbai, or wherever the job calls them. But today was the opportunity in last 2 years that people went back to their places. And when we were doing the calls, we started doing more of a, video calls and, kind of all hands, town halls, whatever you call it. And some people asked us a question like, I'm, just modified my, Wi-Fi, got that paid and this and that. And I'm residing in Goa. Do you want me to come back to Bangalore? Someone else asked me Udaipur and Jaipur. No. And this is the flexibility of a mindset we'll have to really so-called implement. Are we really trusting them? We know that they will work for us. So this is the change we are grappling with. Is it completely set? No, it is not. We are working on it. But one very important thing which we've taken, that yes, you are able to work virtually. You are able to work from anywhere, and still you are able to be productive for the organization, able to contribute. I think that's the point I wanted to make. And this opens up one more avenue that you are able to engage the gig workers if you are able to have the right transitions done. That's the point.
Thank you, Milind. Yatin, would you have a point before we move on to the concluding? Even Mahesh, a quick one.
Not really, Sanjay, but I just want to, pick up from where Mahesh left. An interesting eye-opener case study. So far, we have heard about, subleasing or subcontracting in infrastructure industry, or in when you sign the MSA agreements, etc., you sign up. But this is something really insightful that you shared, Mahesh, that an individual was doing this for 5 years and still got, promotion, etc. But that's a reality. Maybe that's the reality. Right?
True. I'll share that also with all of you shortly after this. It'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting read.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be. Thanks.
Sanjay, there is one point which comes to my mind, and I think it's very important, which is also the point in the beginning we were talking about, that there is another very important shift which we all need to be mindful of, that there is a huge generation which, so to speak, is retired by the 58-60 logic. Absolutely. But they are actually pretty fit, healthy, and they're pretty good. They've got such a rich experience and they are available. So I'll just give you one example that I was giving you this example of how this gig mindset and this startupness in our younger generation that they, even after waiting for a 90 days notice period, suddenly backing out, it's pretty unethical and things like that. But then what is leading to, what is coming out as an additional alternative is that there is a lot of these virtual services which are coming up. So for the first time yesterday, I have asked for a quote of a virtual CFO for one of my projects, because it has so happened that, 2 or 3, very critical, hires choose not to join for some personal reason, etc., etc. I mean, we can always have a debate around why did he not join, etc., etc. But then the fact is that you don't have a person on board for a particular role. Then I have the choice of starting from, back to square one, or I can also parallelly look at some outsourcing services. So I think there is a huge opportunity for engaging the workforce of the yesteryears. That's a huge talent. And I think a gig is the way forward. If a technology platform allows that, I think we have a huge amount of talent available to tap. I mean, I was at a reunion over this weekend, and we had our faculty of 30 years back speaking, and we could still resonate. So I think there is an opportunity.
Yeah, certainly. I'll just add to what Mahesh said. There are quite a few organizations and state governments who are working in this direction to kind of train that particular side of the talent that remained untapped for a while. And at the remotest of the place, I know one of the organizations was doing this work along with the state government and one of the states. And that's very rightly said, Mahesh. There's a lot of scope of attracting the talent which is on the verge of retirement or has already retired or taken a seat. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Yatin. So I think we have already dwelled upon and we did reiterate some of the major points. However, quick snapshot would be the mindset shift. I think the skill set and the reskilling and the skill set versus matching it with the mindset shift, which is there in the context of gig employment, coming from a formal employment, the permanent employment kind of a thing. And how not only to keep it confined to the transactional world of work, but to take it on to the, as Milind had mentioned, and Yatindra also, to more value, higher up the value chain. So that's one of the points which we dwelt upon. And secondly, the culture of an employer-employee brand, which Yatindra had mentioned, how that culture has to change, how ethics has to come in on that, and there's an immense scope of improvement, which is inevitable. There's no choice. Parallelly, what Mahesh also mentioned with some of the control systems, and the other two panelists also mentioned of the control on the background verification, as well as the kind of work output which is there. So how HR is going to really transform from the traditional talent management perspective to the new gig talent workforce management perspective. So that's very important, how quickly the practices are evolved, the policies which are of the yesteryear, they become of the present times, as well as, of course, we continue with the permanent employees will also continue to go there. So I think these are some of the major points. I think before, just to conclude, I would like to mention one more to resonate with what Mahesh said, hiring of a CFO. So for example, there is a company of flexi managers, and there must be so many others, I'm sure, like Mr. Vijay Kumar, who was my ex-colleague and senior in Airtel, he started there. So you have all the positions, all the CXOs, including the CEO, on a gig basis, which are available. That's a movement also which has started already. At the same time, some of the interesting and important trends which are happening, if you see in the US, Uber drivers have formed a union recently. It's been there in the news. So those are some other things which will come in, and how HR has to address that and work with that. Secondly, even POSH, I think, is a very important thing for the gig workforce. Of course, as per the Act, the law in India as well, it is applicable to the contract and short-term workers as well. Nevertheless, how it will play out, particularly if you see it, the complaints of Posh coming from the Tesla, factories, which are very serious in the US, which is supposedly a very developed country. So how we are going to address that? These are some of the various facets which come to my mind. Flexi hiring is very important. And I think with all this, I must conclude with one point. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Sanjay, so very interesting points. In fact, a lot of definition of even work from home Posh cases being redefined and being asked for.
Of course.
And one point I just always, don't want to miss out at any forum is, while everything else is going digital in a big way, and when I visit some of our most premium properties, I know at Elements in Juhu, when you go there, you see right on the mirror, there is a button where you just click and it starts showing you YouTube while you are probably shaving and things like that. So I coined this one sentence. I said, while our mirrors have gone digital, but we would love to stay human. And I think that is the way to stay on, whether it is gigs or for anyone else.
Yeah, very
is
important.
One piece which I feel is important for all of us.
Thank you, Mahesh. That's a very important point and to be factored in. Now, to conclude, before we move on to the Q&A session, I think quickly, we have still about 8 minutes left. So I would just put the line that the sentence that, and my observation that the appointment of Leena Nair as the global CEO recently of Chanel. She was the HR head for Hindustan Unilever, and she moves on to Chanel, a French company which is always hired from within, and French and other, foreign nationals. So one, it is not only a woman who's been hired as a CEO, but also an Asian, not only an Indian. And I think that's really very well tells the importance of talent management for modern business. Our appointment of a HR head to a CEO's position on that sale. With this, we bring this, we conclude. And there is no end to this discussion. Thank you so much, Milind, Mahesh, and Yatin. We will now be taking over the questions from the audience. Thank you.
I see in the chat there are 2 questions which has come in, 3 questions rather.
Yeah.
The first one is to me saying that how are you opening up to gig in your organization? So my answer to that is today we are a 3,000 people organization located at India, US, and UK majorly. In US, we have about 25% of our employees who are contractors. Okay, then coming to India, we have roughly about on our scale of 2,500 odd, we have about 100 as a contractors. And interns, again, in the range of about 100. And in UK, on about 50, we have 10 as a contractors. So what do I mean is we have brought them because of few things. One, skills they possess. 2, they are wanting to work not as a full-time, but they would like to contribute. Like typically, they're very high-skilled people who are architects or others into the technology area. They charge you based on the hourly billability, and their rates are very high. So can we really, there are 2 ways of looking at it. Can we really hire them as a full-time employee? No, their cost is very high. My business can't take that kind of a hit on the margins. So that is one, I would say, advantage where they are able to serve more than us to various others, and we are able to engage them for a longer time. Obviously, their credentials are known. They are signing your NDAs and other things. So that's more towards a technology side, overseas and clients area. 2, we are building it up for our needs through internship, through the women's folks who are coming. And I'm not talking about the so-called the facility services and others. That's pretty common. That's where anyway the gig is happening and the change of the people happening. We do have a third-party contractors which we're exploring currently. There are many of them youngsters who do not really want to work full-time. They would like to engage with us. They have their own startups. They have their own things, which could be in a different zone altogether. Somebody is working, especially in Bangalore. There are youngsters who are working on a projects which of their like. They're helping some retail app to be developed, or they're working on some, a space shuttle kind of program where they would like to contribute with their friends. So these guys, or these are the folks who are available to us to give us a part-time help. And we give them our projects. We see that obviously a good amount of monitoring, agile calls, other things. This is all being done as a process. But are we into it? Yes, we are not, we have taken a step towards it. And maybe we are successful to the extent of having about 7 to 10% of our employees into the gig mode. Yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you, Milind. The next question is for Yatendra. So what controls our organizations? I mean, from the audience, this question is coming, Yatendra. What controls are organizations putting in place to ensure gig workforce can be safely used?
So it's a brilliant question, and that takes to one of the challenges that I mentioned about in past when I was talking. So one is that, beyond the MSA or legalities of getting into the contracts, etc., what some of the organizations are doing is they have, they moved away from the normal thought process of background verification being just a tick mark process, right? Organizations are doing it thoroughly for everyone. And I remember when initial days of my career, as I think Mesh rightly said, temp staffing, or, why they should be given the same benefits, why they should be taken to the same process that you have for your permanent employees. Gone are the days. So most of the organization are implementing the same checks, background verification checks that they do for their full-time employees, for the gig employees as well, and move beyond the traditional way. So traditionally it was just, 1 or 2 checks. Now there are, criminal database checks. You have your drug tests. Like in our organization, there are 4 levels of database checks, not just limited to the district courts. And that's mandatory for everyone. And if it's a third party, it is mandatory to the third party that it has to be part of their SOW or MSA. So that's second. And third is very important is, organization should start accepting them as a part of their core employment or core employees. What that means is that, they should be thoroughly inducted in the organization. Now, induction is just not limited to the processes, etc., but they should know what works in their favor and what doesn't work in their favor. So a lot of organizations have started sharing case studies as part of their inductions. There are X% did this, and these are the repercussions of it. So I think that these are 2-3 points that I have. And over communication is always helpful. In our initial days, we thought, less communication is better, but now the terms have changed. It's over communication. So the more you communicate to them about the disadvantages associated with being negatively listed, or being, caught in an act, or being identified as not an appropriate person, appropriate employee, what will happen? So there are a lot of case studies. A lot of organizations got into the case study mode, and in fact, we also do that. So these are 2-3 points that I have on the top of my mind.
Thank you, Yatendra. We have a minute left, so in case Mahesh and Milind would like to add to that particular point.
So, Sanjay, there was one quick point I wanted to add to what Yatendra said, and I think that's a very important thing. For a right mix, if, so there are gigs who are actually wanting a long-term journey. And if you ensure that every year some of them are given the right growth and they are onboarded as a long-term play, I think that really works very well. It showcases the journey, gets you the best of the gigs further, and it reposes a lot of faith in the system. So I think we have to also transition them to the mainstream wherever possible. And we by design every year we move some people from our other roles, off roles, to on main roles and lead positions. All IJPs, for example, are open to all things like that. So those things really work well. Is one point I just thought I'd add.
Yeah, sure. So, right. And I would say agree to that completely, because that is a very good incentive which can drive employee behavior for the future, being able to, for the top performers among the outsourced or off-role employees or the gig employees, to be able to be absorbed on-role. At the same time, we are also facing this challenge that, how many people can you take on role, and others who are left out, again, there is this thing. So like everything is a double-edged sword, but I think most of the companies are doing that, and it's very helpful. The other question before we end this, bring it to an end, is which comes to my mind is the nursing workforce. So there the nurses are working. It's like, a bottomless jar which is there, and the water is always full in that, because they are coming in as young pass outs from the nursing colleges. They're joining the Indian hospitals, then moving on out to either, if they're lucky, to UK, or not so lucky, then to the Middle East. Only some remain back. So all of them are trying to do that. So I don't know how I think it's really a commendable job that the hospitals are doing to ensure that with that kind of a workforce always in a flux, to do that. And that really spells out really the future. Also that even, with those challenges also, I'm sure the gig economy being there, which is a reality, it is inevitable. And it opens up a lot of opportunities to do work better than which is being done today. Maybe the purpose of the employees who are focusing, particularly the millennials who want to join the workforce to fulfill their purpose, as they are already in the experience paradigm. So the purpose has become important. So many of these people, if we are able to add value to the chain and get higher end things done, it can be done. Thank you, everyone. And with this,
just
yes,
one.
Mahesh,
I
please.
think I read this question by Simran. While I think it was
Yes.
largely answered by Milind. I don't know whether was this addressed as the question, or any organization taking gig
Yeah,
at-
any organization taking that needs to be addressed.
that needs to be addressed. I think Milind gave that example of very expensive architects, etc. is one example, but maybe yeah, Milind, sorry, you can continue.
Yeah,
please.
so I do know an organization where the professional CEO has been hired. He ran the organization for 5 years and now is being, taken over by one of the Japanese giant. The valuation is about, I would say, about 6 times of our revenue. So is that happens? Yes, it does. Is it happening currently selectively? Yes, it is. And I think there's opportunity. But as rightly said, that this experienced people being used or having that kind of a thought process is critical on the other side.
Yeah. And to add to that, I think a lot of seniors are being, hired by startups because they can't afford them full time. So on a fairly a gig model, that's another place where senior leaders are also kind of getting hired.
Yeah, just one more point is on the board, there are a lot of seniors who come in and do advisory. I don't know whether we can treat them as a gig, but they are typically not your full time. They're advisory and they are all senior folks. So if we can, kind of classify, if it is not kind of a status aspect, then they are also not the full time, but they advise you to grow your business, give you connects and see that you're able to be successful.
Yeah. And in fact, Mahesh also mentioned that he's hired a CFO for one of the business units there. And I did mention, there is a company called Flexi Managers, and there may be others also who have these senior professionals to, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Sanjay, for being a great moderator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Milind.
Thank you.
Mahesh.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you
Thanks.
all.
Thank you, all the audience.
Yeah. All of you and the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and can't agree more that it was an absolutely interesting and a very objective discussion of such a vast subject. Thanks for responding to the questions from our audience. Thanks for sort of reiterating that the gig economy is here to stay, and there is a future and a big future to it. We absolutely like the conversation, right? Starting from, that this concept has always been there, but probably the adaptation is more now. And there are many factors that is adding up to this change, whether it's the change in the consumer behaviors, change in the preferences, or the change in the demography itself with the generations. It was very interesting to see the journey you talked about from survival to lifestyle to the current generation, which is looking for experience, and there are reasons for that. Sharing your outlook and views all around the opportunities that are there and the challenges in different sectors from retail to manufacturing to construction. I think that was very valuable, and I'm sure a lot of points that our viewers would like to take away today in terms of the systems, processes, controls, some of the things which are already established and some of the things which I understand that we will be working on as we go forward. So a lot of insights from this. So thank you so much to our moderator and our panelists for talking about this in this session. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Piyali. Thank you, Umesh and team. This was brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Umesh, for inviting all of us.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with this fantastic discussion that we heard, and it was absolutely a significant topic that brought brilliant panelists to put their perspectives, outlooks, and thoughts together. With this, I would like once again to announce the People First HR Excellence Awards 2021. We had covered 7 of our categories before the panel discussion, and I'm very excited now to see many more winners coming up in the next set of awards for leading practices in HR. So let me begin with the next category that we have now for our People First HR Excellence Awards 2021. Well, and I am going to start with an extremely important, I'm going to say post-COVID leading practices that has come from the pandemic responses. Well, outstanding responses to manage the impact of the pandemic situation, inculcating the regulations required to maintain a safe and healthy workplace, and ensuring to mitigate reputational risk of business and the effective communication to workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to announce the proud winners in this category. Aspire Systems. The next winner is FNF India. Next Gen Healthcare India Private Limited. Odisha Mining Corporation Limited. The next winner is PNB MetLife India Insurance Company Limited. SAIL Rourkela Steel Plant. And last but not the least, Dave Information Technology Limited. And we welcome the 2 champions that we have in this category. Hindustan Unilever Limited and Hindustan Zinc Limited. Congratulations to our champions in creating the leading practices in pandemic response. With this, let's move on to our next category. Leading practices in talent acquisition, with innovation and bottom line contribution through enhanced recruitment practices, improved retention, new policies, and so on. And in this category, I am delighted to announce the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Vedanta Limited, Lanjigarh. With this, moving on to yet another very key leading practice, corporate social responsibility. This category of CSR, leading practices in CSR, is self-explanatory, and organizations embedded corporate social responsibility across the firm, in particular through its people and the role HR has played in the strategy and its execution through initiatives. And the winner is FNF India. And the one which steered ahead of others, the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion in this category is Odisha Mining Corporation Limited. The next category of award for the HR Excellence Awards this year is leading practices in health and well-being via pioneering strategy for health and well-being in the workplace, which is not only effective, but has also created a clear and measurable return on investment. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, ITC Infotech. And congratulating the champion in this category, Bennett Coleman and Company Limited, the Times Group. Let's talk about some more leading practices in the next category, internal communications, which means we are talking about the practices that has come up from an ongoing communication strategy, or it is a one-off event, or maybe it is development in the organization. And the winner for this category is SAIL Rourkela Steel Plant. And let's give a big round of appreciation to the champion, Tech Mahindra Limited. Congratulations. The next award that we have now is leading practices in diversity and inclusion initiatives for organizations that have diversity and inclusion at the heart of its business, providing outstanding support and opportunities to women, people from diverse backgrounds, differently abled people, embracing a truly diverse workforce. And the proud winner in this category is PNB MetLife India Insurance Company Limited. And a thunderous applause to the company which has steered a little ahead and is the champion, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Well, this takes me to the next category, leading practices in technology deployment in HR, which is a result of technology to move the HR forward by implementing HR software and analytical systems, online recruitment, e-learning programs, talent management, or leadership development. And I am extremely pleased to welcome the winners in this category. Hindustan Zinc Limited. The next winner is in the leading practices in technology deployment in HR is Sesagua Iron Ore Business. And now for the time which has emerged as the champion in this category. Tech Mahindra Limited is the champion in leading practices in technology deployment in HR. Last but not the least, one of the extremely important HR function again, leading practices in learning and development, demonstrating talent development practices in a diverse workforce that demands both standard and customized learning across an organization. And I'm extremely thrilled to announce the winners in this category. Trans. The next winner is Bennett Coleman and Company Limited, the Times Group. The next winner is Sesagua Iron Ore Business once again. And Signet Infotech. While we congratulate all the winners in these categories, the champion for leading practices in learning and development is Ashok Leyland Limited. Once again, congratulations and best wishes to all the winners and champions in all the categories of People First HR Excellence Awards 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, recognition, what an inspiration to see such dynamic work taking place in these organizations. Feels always great and motivated and encouraged to do more and more. Well, now from one motivation to the other, may I take the opportunity to introduce you to the speaker of our next session on adaptability and agility. Mr. Jagmohan Bhanwar is Chief Mentor for People First and CEO of Talgrow India. He has led national and international roles for various banks during his professional career. He is among the handful of master coaches in the continent and has coached board members, CEOs, and CXOs across 3 continents. He is the best-selling author of 6 books, 3 of which have been translated into half a dozen languages. Jagmohan has served in advisory roles with different organizations and education institutions, including Thomas Jefferson School of Law, California, and the American Academy of Financial Management, USA. Jagmohan holds the copyright for various management models, including the owner leadership model adaptive leadership model, leader shift model, and the balanced scorecard-centered coaching model. As an entrepreneur, he has founded 3 companies, one of which was listed among the top 10 educational services companies in India. This includes national brands like IIFM, Framebox Animation, and Networks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jagmohan Bhanwar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Priyali, and I must say it's been a wonderful event so far. Is my voice echoing? I can hear my own echo. Priyali, is my voice echoing?
Sir, it sounds all right, but probably a bit of a sound in the background.
Okay, even your voice is echoing. Let me try and log out and log in again, please.
Sure.
All right, Priyali, let's try this again.
Yes. Very clear, I have to say.
It's still echoing at my end, but we'll just live with it. I guess.
So do you have
the front end? Adaptability. So
do you have the front end open on another system or something? That's why your voice must be echoing. You will have to like leave that system or put that on mute.
Not on my laptop, Simran.
Okay.
Jagmohan, on the front end, it's fine. I think you should go ahead.
Yeah, what's happening, Umesh, is when I speak, before I have finished the sentence, I can hear my own sentence. Let me see if anybody else in the office has this on.
You may want to reduce. You may want to reduce the volume on your own speaker.
We'll try doing that. All right, thank you so much, Priyali. And as I was saying, wonderful session so far. Loved both the panel discussions, and Hari, congratulations to all the people who've already received their recognition and rewards. So the topic, the topic I was given is something that I usually take a couple of days to cover with leadership teams, adaptability and agility. So my challenge when Umesh shared this was how to cover this in about 20 minutes. But we'll try and do that. What I will endeavor to do is I'll pick up maybe 2 or 3 pieces which are very close to my heart when it comes to agility, and I'll talk about those. And questions are welcome at the end of it, please. So when we speak about agility, the first thing that comes to my mind, at least, is paradigms. And I am reminded of the story that I was reading a few days ago. You know, in the late 1940s, there is this guy who walks into the laboratory of a major camera manufacturer in the United States. And the whole idea is to give a demonstration, a presentation of a new photographic process. But he is not carrying a camera with him. He's not carrying any reel with him. What he is carrying, however, is a red box, a shiny steel plate, a container of black powder, a light bulb, a charging device, and stuff like that. So after the demonstration is over, the output comes out, and people in the laboratory actually look at that, and what they see is a faint picture, a barely discernible picture, but it is a picture. Now, the responses to that were not very salubrious, were not very positive. So most people felt that this is not a good process of doing photography because A, there is no camera, There is no darkroom. There is no developer. There is no reel. And therefore, the entire process was rejected. This gentleman attempted to make the demonstration with multiple laboratories around the United States and outside the United States as well. But in most cases, he was met with rejection. Interestingly, a few years later, this same process became known as electrostatic photography or xerography, which, as we all know, is a multi-billion-dollar industry today. Now, the question in my mind, and I'm sure in your mind, would have been, why did all these smart people in these laboratories not cotton on to the idea that here is a great opportunity waiting for them? And if not for photography, the entire process could be used for something else altogether. So if you look at paradigms, there is something that we call a paradigm trap or a paradigm paralysis, right? Which is nothing but, a mindset which stops you from looking beyond what exists. Which means if you are used to a particular way of doing things, a particular ecosystem, a particular behavior pattern, you tend to get so engrossed in it that you're unable to see beyond that and hence unable to explore opportunities. And I think that's what happened with all the camera manufacturers. They were trying to look at this process and trying to identify a photographic process, and hence not realizing that if not photography, there were multiple other things that could have been done with this new technology. Why am I sharing this? I'm sharing this with you because a lot of times leaders and human resource professionals spend a lot of time on skills and knowledge development when it comes to change management, when it comes to engendering adaptability or ability in the minds of their people. But the attitudes, the mindset, at times does not get focused on or emphasized as much. From a leadership perspective, therefore, what I would recommend is encouraging leaders and organizations to question the paradigms they might be living under as an organization, as a business, as individuals, as teams, and how those paradigms might be stopping them from looking at opportunities which are there for the having. And not just within leaders, but within the teams as well. So as a leader, I would want to identify which are the paradigms I'm susceptible to. Involve my stakeholders, my team members, figure out what paradigms they might be laboring under, and then try to address those. So that's point number one, which is, identifying paradigms that might be self-limiting and therefore keep us from being agile enough. Let me just share a couple of slides with you. I think it'll be easier to pick up my next piece. Just let me know if the slides are visible, please. Umesh Piali, is the slide visible?
Yes.
All right, lovely. Most of you would have heard of the concept of sigmoid curves, right? So sigmoid curves are nothing but the natural life cycle of a product, a business, an organization, even an individual. So if you look at this inverted S-shaped curve, it really has 4 parts to it. The first is what we call the inception stage, which is where all the effort, all the investment is being put in to develop something new. So at an individual level, it could be leadership capabilities. At a business level, it could be a new product. At an organization level, it could be coming up with an entirely new business model. So in the beginning, there's a lot of time invested, a lot of effort, a lot of money, and which is why you see a negative growth out there in the first section out there. Most organizations tend to let go at this phase because this is tough going. It's like climbing uphill without being able to see any milestones or your final destination. But those who persist and are fortunate might actually see a growth phase. If you look at the growth phase in a very short time, you see significant growth, characterized by what you see there from 0 to point A. Now, this is both good and bad. It's a double-edged sword. Good because, well, you're seeing a lot of growth, either at an individual level or a business or org level. The flip side, however, is that this is the phase where people tend to become very complacent, which means as an individual, let's say I'm a leader or a professional, and I'm now suddenly seeing a whole lot of growth in my career, I might tend to get complacent and learning tends to suffer. And therefore, my growth tends to reduce. So if you look at the next phase, which is maturity, you will notice that there is growth happening. But within a very same time as in the growth phase, the opportunity for growth is much lesser. So that's characterized by the difference between point A and point B on your vertical axis, if you notice. In my coaching career across multiple countries, I've noticed high potentials who've been doing immensely well, suddenly achieving sudden death, where either the organization or the business suddenly realizes that these people have achieved or rather reached their level of incompetence. It may not be an individual, it may not be an individual problem. The fact of the matter is that either the organization or the individual has perhaps just not focused enough on developing a new set of competencies that keep them ahead of the pack. Very similar when you're looking at a business or a product or an organization. At times we get so infatuated with the growth phase that we tend to get complacent, and the market sensing tends to take a backseat. By that time, we reach maturity, which means growth is still happening. So that still provides us with a sense of false complacency. But then post that, if nothing happens, we quickly move into the decline stage. Since we were talking about camera manufacturers a while ago, let's take the case of Kodak versus Fuji. So if you look at what happened to Kodak, Kodak was in a tremendous growth phase. In fact, at one point in time, Kodak owned almost 70% of the global market share and more than 90%, I think 91 point something, in the US market. So that was a growth stage for them. And of course, they were in the analog piece of the business. Digital happened. They knew digital was happening. A lot of people actually believed that Kodak didn't have the knowledge or the know-how to get into digital, which is actually a fallacy. Because if you look at it, the initial prototype of the digital camera was created by none other than a gentleman called Sassoon, who was the chief engineer at Kodak. So what really happened at Kodak? It's not that they didn't know that the change was happening. It's not that they didn't have the tools to ride the change. I think it was a mindset issue. It was being caught up in their own paradigms. And initially, they did not do much about it. And to be fair to them, well, they were enjoying a lot of growth at that stage. Then they moved into, from complete analog, they tried to do a half-hearted attempt at analog plus digital, eventually moving into or trying to move into a completely digital phase. But that did not work for them because despite all the acquisitions that they did in that space, the mindset at a leadership level was really not oriented towards shifting the paradigm. Take Fuji's case. Very similar situation. The only thing is Fuji picked up very early on the idea that unless they respond quickly to the market reality, the changing market reality, they will move into a decline stage. So the growth paths of Fuji versus Kodak, though in the same business, similar external environment, despite Fuji not being as big as Kodak at that time, were totally different. Kodak went into decline, whereas Fuji went from strength to strength. So what could Kodak have done, or what is it that organizations, the leaders could do in a situation like we are in today, where paradigms are changing rapidly? When you're in the growth phase, if you are able to create an alternate sigmoid curve for yourself, and we call it sigmoid curving, as a lot of people will be aware, by the time you move into maturity and hope not into decline, you've already created a new stream for you, either a new business model, a new revenue model, or maybe a pivot, a new capability set, so that before you move into decline, you have built another growth path for you. In case that's not clear, you could see this. If you look at the red line there, what we are doing here is, while still on the growth stage, we are building a new sigmoid curve. So by the time the existing business or the existing capability sets move into maturity and decline, your new model via your new sigmoid curve has already put you on a growth path. If you look at the green section there, that's the leadership effort. That's the leadership effort, which is emphasizing on developing new capabilities, whether it is at an individual level or at a business level or at an organization level. And obviously HR plays a very pivotal role here. In case you want to look at a slightly different representation of this, this might make it clearer. So think of yourself as an organization or an individual who is on a particular sigmoid curve, which is tending towards maturity and eventual decline. But if you keep surfing the curve, what you're really doing is you're building a new set of capabilities which are aligned to the changing market realities. And eventually, irrespective of what's happening in your external environment, you still keep riding the wave. And the probability of success is obviously way higher. So how do you do this? What does sigmoid surfing actually mean in terms of tangible inputs? So as you would have made out, sigmoid surfing cannot happen unless you have an ear to the ground, which means you're doing what is called sense and respond. So you're doing market sensing as an individual or as an organization. You're seeing what's happening out there in the external environment. Sure, there is volatility. Sure, there is uncertainty. It's complex, it's ambiguous. But what do those changing realities mean for you or your business or your organization? That's the market sensing part. Then comes market relating, which is really the response to what you're sensing, which could mean either a pivot, which could mean adding new capabilities, which could mean getting into a new business model. It could mean a whole lot of things. Essentially, continuous sensing and responding, whether you're an individual or an org, helps you serve the sigmoid curve, so to speak, prepares you for the change that's happening so that you're not just accepting the change or adapting to it. You are really flying straight into the change and are way ahead of your peers or your competitors. So point number one was identifying what paradigms exist and having the capability for yourself as well as for your stakeholders to be able to move out of the paradigm traps and see how you can shift the paradigm. The second part is surfing the sigmoid curve, and you would have noticed it cannot happen unless you really, got the mindset to shift the paradigms, because these are very interrelated. The third piece that I wanted to talk about was really the cycle of change. Now, all of us, right from our management days, have studied what is called the Kubler-Ross model, the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross model. I find this fascinating. I find this fascinating because it's so logical and it is so simple. So irrespective of where you are, the industry that you're in, the market you're operating in, when any dramatic change happens, and I'm talking of adverse changes, or which have the possibility of being adverse, the first reaction at a very psychological level is that of shock, which means, well, I wasn't expecting it. And, what is this all about? At a very human level, the next stage is denying the change. And then, of course, when you realize it's not going away, there is frustration which have allowed to fester, turns into depression. And that is a state of complete inactivity, which means when people reach this stage, or when businesses reach this stage, it becomes very difficult to move out of it. So from a leadership perspective, if one had to really move from depression to engaging with the change, taking a decision to work in the changed context, and then finally integrating the change in your life, in your business, what is it that leaders could do? The ideal situation, of course, would have been to move directly from shock to integration. Now, I know that's an ideal situation. A more acceptable response would probably be moving from shock to at least the willingness to experiment with the change scenario, engage with it, get involved with it, and see what this has to offer. The challenge, however, for leaders and organizations is moving people through all the stages from shock, denial, frustration, depression, rage, into the willingness to experiment. Now, there are models which help you do that. And over the last 18 months, I've seen a lot of organizations applying different models, after being one of the more popular ones that I've seen being applied. We've ourselves been facilitators for that over the last few months. But the point is, if you question why shock and denial is happening, it's more like trying to address the symptom after the symptom has occurred. But the reason the symptom is occurring is because the change was forced upon people, or because people were just not anticipating the change. Which gets me back to the paradigm piece and the sigmoid survey. If enough market sensing had been happening, the ability, the anticipatory ability of the individual or the organization, the business, would have been way higher. And the shock, denial, frustration, and depression would either not have been there, or would have been very, very marginal and very shocking. The other alternative, however, is that even if enough market sensing could not happen, and there could be unplanned changes happening, we've seen a lot of that happen in the last few months, what is the leadership effort that we are putting in to ensure that people at different stages on this curve are able to actually move into experimentation, which is engaging with the change, and eventually into integrating it with their lives? Creating the right awareness, which means greater involvement with the teams, two-way feedback, inculcating the desire to change, which means being able to share with them not just what is happening, but why is it happening? What does it mean for different stakeholders? How is this going to translate for all the stakeholders and the organization? If all of that is happening in the initial part, moving from shock to experimentation or engaging with change becomes a much quicker process. And that really is where the leadership effort really needs to go, especially in the kind of environment we are going through today. From an HR perspective, what that really means is working a lot on the mindset of stakeholders, looking at how paradigms are figuring in the organization, how much of market sensing and market relating is happening within the company, within leadership levels. Are leaders focused enough on the why and the how of change, beyond the what of change? As a leader, what am I doing to identify where my different stakeholders are on this change curve? And what is it that I'm doing differently with each of them to ensure that all of them are able to move towards integrating with the change rather than detracting from the change process? Becomes a vital question. While on the subject of change, I've noticed that this slide really helps, because look, irrespective of the business you're in or how capable one is as a leader, it's absolutely impossible to wield a change process all on your own, which means you need change agents with you. So that's your green slot out there, people who have a high degree to influence other stakeholders and are positively inclined to the change process. Quick identification of these stakeholders becomes important, because they really work with you to support the change process. The ones in yellow, which are really the followers of change, are people who are positively inclined to the change process, may not have the ability to impact other people or influence other people, but, well, they will follow the change process. And as long as you've engaged them sufficiently, these are assets to have as well. The ones in yellow are not so positively inclined towards the change. The good thing, however, is their capability to negatively influence other stakeholders is also low. I would say these are more fence sitters. quick identification of why these people are not inclined to the change process or aligned with it becomes important, and which is where that initial communication of creating awareness and the desire towards the change process helps considerably for this segment of people. The ones in red are obviously the more challenging ones. They are not positively inclined to the change, and to top it all, they have a high capability of influencing people, which means if you do not work on them, the entire change effort could actually go for a toss. Quick identification again, trying to manage them through awareness and the desire becomes important. And at times, you might find that there is a cause for also cautioning these people to align or to bear the consequences. But I've noticed if you can slot your different assets into these 4 boxes, it becomes relatively easier to help move people towards integration here. So for instance, in the initial phase, you focus more on the awareness, the desire, and the involvement, whereas in the latter phase, you can focus on communicating the knowledge, the skills, the abilities that are required to help facilitate the change process, right? So 3 pieces now: identifying your paradigms, the paradigm traps really, working beyond them, doing market sensing and market responding so that you can do more effective sigmoid curve surfing. Third is the leadership effort, which is required to identify where people are on the change curve and all that you do to help them facilitate the change process. And identifying these 4 categories of people really becomes a part of that. Before I end, since we are on the topic of agility, I think it's important to talk about doing agile versus being agile. That's a question that I've faced in the last 18 months in at least half a dozen different markets across the world, including India. A lot of organizations are spending a lot of time and investment in working or adopting agile frameworks and methodologies. Having said that, it's still not translating into creating an agile mindset. And therefore, the output of the entire agile initiatives has been less than successful in a lot of cases. If I were to look at it, I would say, if you have to move from doing agile to being agile, you may want to look at the cultural context. And I know some of the panelists spoke about this earlier. I would highly recommend exploring the Schneider model when it comes to implementing agile. That's something that we've done with a lot of the clients that I personally work with. So if you look at your 4 cultures, you have the control culture, you have the collaboration, the cultivation, and the competence culture. If I had to define these in one word, control cultures are typically looking at how can we succeed by taking control, right? Competence cultures are talking about how they can succeed by creating craftsmanship, by excelling in what they do. Collaboration cultures are talking about succeeding by working together. The cultivation culture talks about succeeding by fulfilling the vision of the organization. And how do they do that? By growing their people, by creating faith, by nurturing them, by growing them, by facilitating creativity, by allowing questions. So if you look at agile cultures, they are typically characterized by either cultivation or a mix of cultivation and collaboration. Unfortunately, we don't have sufficient time to talk about that, but I'm sure you can, to those who are inclined, they can actually refer the Schneider model, or they can reach out offline, and I'd be happy to share whatever few thoughts I have on the subject. But talking about agility and adaptability in the context that we exist today, I think there is a dire need to move from simply doing agile to being agile. And we cannot miss the cultural context in that sense. And I think I'd like to leave it at that for the moment. My brief message to HR leaders would be to endeavor to see how we can look at shaping mindsets which are continuously challenging the paradigms they exist in. How can we create an ecosystem where the organization is actually facilitating market sensing? So how is knowledge being shared across the organization? How are systems and processes aligned to market sensing becomes very important. And then comes the agility part, which is responding to what you've sensed, where there is the cultural context, there is the leadership effort, and all the other change management piece that we briefly spoke about. Open to questions in case there are any. If not, a hearty thanks to Umesh and the rest of my team at People First. It's been wonderful listening to the panelists and seeing how many organizations have done such phenomenal work to emerge as winners and champions. It's been a tremendous effort from all stakeholders across organizations, and it's been very heartening for me to see this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jagmohan, for the encouraging words for this entire event. We all have been enjoying, since morning. It has absolutely been very interesting. And thank you so much once again for explaining so well about the adaptability and agility. And I can completely understand such a broad topic, and bringing it to literally in sort of 20 minutes time is not very easy. I'm sure there are many takeaways for our viewers today from this particular session. There were many new things to learn, right from identifying the paradigms and then understanding and working on our own capabilities, very well supported by your life cycle of products and services, which was called the sigmoid curve. And then, you're talking about the cycle of response to change and how to facilitate that change. I think in today's the context in today's world, I think it was very, very useful for all of us. So once again, thank you very much for this insightful session.
Thank you so much, Piali. And I'd like to thank not just the organizers, but the audience as well for patiently listening. And I hope that some value has been contributed to the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, after this very interesting and insightful session, I would like to say that let us take a short break and come back at 2:30 p.m. India time. As you can see in your agenda, we will be having our individual awards of the People First HR Excellence 2021. So it would be the time for us to meet our individual award winners. So let's meet at 2:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure you all had a great time, equally as we had since the beginning of this program. The People First HR Excellence Awards 2021 has been a fantastic event since morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after the two interesting panel discussions that we had, and also the set of awards on the leading practices in various HR functions, we are now moving to another set of awards, which I'm sure will be close to the heart of many of the organizations and the leaders who are working. We are actually honored to have the winners who are inspiring leaders of today and tomorrow. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is the time for the individual awards. The best nominations are not necessarily the most innovative per se, but those who describe strategies that are perfectly suited to the business, the context in which it operates, and make a genuine difference to employees and to wider organizational success. It is absolutely our privilege to welcome the winners of the individual awards in each category. So, here I am with all the individual award categories that we have. And I'm going to begin with the leading minds in HR. This award is for HR leaders and consultants based anywhere in the world, recognized as thought leaders, not just within their organization, but across the HR community and business world. It celebrates achievements of people who have made monumental contributions to both HR and business and have established challenging benchmarks within the HR fraternity. We are delighted to welcome two winners in this category. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gajendra Singh Saini, the Global Head, Talent Acquisition, Learning and Development, and HR Automation, ISON Experiences Limited. He is a strategic thinker, an effective enabler, strong facilitator with over 20 years of experience in key functions of HR across outsourcing, IT, retail, power distribution, and industrial security automation sectors, with a proven track record of talent acquisition and transformation across Southeast Asia, Africa, and Middle East. Exemplary performance record in setting up processes, policies, and driving key projects in HR across lines of businesses to scales of profitability and brand positioning. And let's also listen to the acceptance speech via his video.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor for me to receive this award today. I express my delight and my sincerest gratitude to the organization that helped me achieve this goal. And with this, I place my sincerest gratitude to the selection team that allowed me to, place my credentials and my ability to add value to the HR fraternity, the industry, and to my organization. Having won this award, I also would like to place a very important message to all the HR fraternity and great HR leaders who are managing their respective functions and portfolios in their respective organizations. I think we've undergone a lot of change in terms of our ability to transform the society first and then the organization, and through which I think a lot of change is required as a part of the change management in the mindset of people with regards to their ability to think through and innovate new age practices systems, and that leads to transformation. HR plays a very important role, and I think it is not only technology that can actually bring change to the world and to the organizations we work in, to the world that we live in. I think it is the responsibility of the HR uh, functions today, supported by the mindset, ability, competences to drive this change and bring developmental and a progressive mindset through digital transformation.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations to you. Well, with this, we move on to our next winner in the same category, Leading Minds in HR. Our next winner is Ms. Prabhalin Kaur, the head of HR and admin in Minda Corporation Limited, a human resource professional with 15 years of experience and deep passion for partnering with business to achieve business goals through robust people practices and talent management. Congratulations, and let's give a thunderous applause to her. And now presenting to you her acceptance speech through the video.
Hello everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of the platform which is being shared by such eminent HR professionals. I truly thank my organization for giving me an opportunity to showcase my work on this prestigious platform. I also express my immense gratitude to all the jury members who recognized my contribution in the area of human resources. Thanks to People First for organizing such event, showcasing the efforts of the HR fraternity and recognizing and acknowledging their contributions in this era. Thanks again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and our heartiest congratulations to you, and grateful to have so many winners and inspiration all around today in this entire program. Well, with this, we move on to the next category of our individual awards this afternoon, CHRO of the Year. This award recognizes the CHRO who has made an impact on his or her organization, business, people, along with the industry and community at large, and has inspired and created an ecosystem for strong values, innovation, and change across the spectrum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have and presenting 3 winners in this category. So let's meet our first winner in this category. Mr. Hemant Bhatia, ladies and gentlemen, the CHRO at Vedanta Limited, Lanjigar. A highly effective HR leader with over 30 years of experience, specializing in establishing productive business relationships and resolving critical human capital issues, offering an array of skills in accurate employee job performance assessment, implementing strategies to meet HR needs, consultative relationship building, coaching and training. In prior roles, he contributed to the aluminum industry by working with Hindalco Industries and Aluminium Bahrain. Let's listen to his acceptance speech through the video that we have received.
Hello everyone. I am both honored and humbled by this recognition, taking this opportunity to congratulate all my fellow awardees. Before I speak further, I would say this recognition also belongs to my colleagues at Vedanta who have worked equally hard to make this happen. This is truly a team effort. Working with an organization like Vedanta has always allowed me to share my beliefs and empowered me to carry forward its culture, commitment and passion to perform. Over the last few years, we have not only grown in profits but also in our people practices through a strong human capital planning and our people first policy. Each employee has grown with the organization and that has been the key driver. While I can continue to share my thoughts, I would end up by thanking the jury and the entire team at People First for bestowing this honor to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for accepting the award, and congratulations to you. Our next winner in the category for CHRO of the Year, Ms. Anuradha Rastan. Ms. Anuradha Rastan, Executive Director HR at Hindustan Unilever Limited. So let me talk a little bit more about her. A business-focused HR leader with an international career, currently member of the management committee of Hindustan Unilever Limited. She's also leading the HR for Unilever in South Asia. Other rich experiences include business partnering, member of Unilever Executive, global and local roles within leadership development, merger and acquisitions, and global head of talent attraction and employer brand. So congratulations again, and let's hear to her acceptance speech.
A big thank you. I'm so delighted to hear this. A really big thank you to the team of People First and the jury who considered me worthy of this recognition. And I want to dedicate this award to my HR team and to the employees and people of Hindustan Unilever who inspire me to live my leadership purpose every day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inspiring all of us today as the winner of the CHRO of the Year. And now let's meet the next winner within this category of CHRO of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pushkar Singh Kataria, CHRO of Cairn Oil and Gas Vedanta Limited. He comes with over 24 years of rich experience in human resources and core technical domain, which includes various leadership roles. He has worked in multinational and Indian companies. Today, he manages an extended team of over 50 HR professionals and specialists across 4 strategic business units of his office at Cairn Oil and Gas. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, congratulating Mr. Kataria and listening to his acceptance speech.
It's an honor to receive CHRO of the Year award. I would like to take this opportunity to thank People First HR Excellence Award jury for this award. It's a special recognition for our people philosophies and practices. We strongly believe human capital is our key asset and our leaders are driving transformational growth towards energy security of the country. I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank all my leaders and HR team for driving people agenda very passionately. Thank you.
Very well said, sir, and thank you for driving the people agenda so well. Congratulating all the 3 winners in this category of CHRO of the year. Well, ladies and gentlemen, pouring recognitions and awards this afternoon, our next category is for People's CEO of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, this award felicitates the CEO who has created a sustaining impact on the organization by enabling extraordinary people practices. It recognizes leaders who have not only enabled growth, but done it by energizing and engaging with teams to create leading practices for others to emulate. And we are extremely pleased to announce and introduce you to the 2 winners in this category. Let's meet our first winner, the People CEO of the Year, Mr. Govinda Gopal Pal, the Deputy CEO of Vedanta Alumina Business. Mr. Pal comes with 33 years of experience in Indian and global aluminum companies. He is championing the alumina business's vision to become responsible and sustainable, lowest cost 6 MTPA alumina refinery. An alumnus of NIT Durgapur, one of India's finest institutions, Mr. Govinda Gopal is also a recipient of the prestigious IIM NALCO Gold Medal for his outstanding contribution to Indian aluminium industry and Economic Times Great Manager Award 2020 for empowering and enabling teams with vision and purpose to drive the One Vedanta goal. And with this, I would like to hear to his acceptance speech. Over to you.
Dear friends, I am truly honored to receive the People's CEO of the Year award. This is indeed a great recognition and a milestone achieved in my professional journey. Our people first policy and our employees' hard and ethical working mindset have been the major contributors towards where we stand today. My heartfelt gratitude to all my colleagues who have worked with me through thick and thin. I would further like to thank the jury for bestowing me with this coveted award. This award brings out a great deal of responsibility as well on one's shoulders. As a leader of today, it is my duty to contribute to and build the leaders of tomorrow. My message to all budding leaders and future CEOs that if you wish to be successful in life, make sure you be a role model and put team excellence first over individual distinction. Last but not the least, I congratulate People First Team for being the most amazing organizers. Thank you once again for this honor. Wishing everyone Merry Christmas and a very, very happy New Year.
Thank you so much, sir. And you are a role model for many of the youngsters and the leaders of tomorrow. Congratulations. And with this, People's CEO of the Year, the next award in this category goes to Mr. Gauri Shankar Subramanian, the CEO of Aspire Systems. I'm very pleased to talk a little bit more about Sir. As also the co-founder of Aspire Systems, he sets the strategic direction and oversees its day-to-day operations. Under his leadership, Aspire has grown at a CAGR of 26% over the past 5 years and has been ranked consistently as one of the India's best companies to work for and by the Economic Times and Great Place to Work Institute. From spearheading the journey through several ups and downs, especially at a time when the startup culture was not so prevalent, he has been instrumental to bring Aspire Systems to the position where it stands now. Congratulations, sir. And Mr. Gauri Shankar has sent his acceptance through to us. Let's have a look at that. He has given this message to the entire team of People First and to all our viewers that, in his words, I am truly privileged to have been selected to receive this esteemed award, and I would like to thank the jury for this recognition. I dedicate this award to every aspirant and ask them for their commitment and support, without which this would not have been possible. This award is a testament to the phenomenal efforts of our senior leaders and HR team to consistently steer the organization in the right direction. The award is a great motivation for us to ensure that we continue to adopt to the world-class people practices. Thank you to the People First for this honor. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful words, and I'm sure it has reached to all your colleagues, teams, and the entire team of People First and our viewers today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with all this encouragement, I would like to now move to the next category of award for the individual awards. The next award category is called the Business Leader of the Year. And ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to Mr. Anurag Tiwari, COO, Vedanta Limited at Lanjigarh. The Business Leader of the Award honors the leader whose contributions has impacted his or her own organization and people, while indicating the positive influence on larger business community and industry. Mr. Anurag Tiwari has more than 2 decades of experience in Indian and global companies like L&T, Siemens, Ultratech Cement. An alumnus of IIT Roorkee and IIM Bangalore, he was also designated Global Top Talent, Siemens, and Global Manufacturing Leader at Aditya Birla Group. He is recipient of prestigious RBNQA, the highest quality award in the country, and IMEA, the Future Ready Factory from Frost & Sullivan, for his outstanding contribution to the Indian aluminium industry. He is also a reputed academic council member at OP Jindal University at Raigad. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear to his speech now.
Hello friends, I am honored and humbled to be receiving the Business Leader of the Year award. Thanks to jury members and People First for this kind consideration. I am accepting this award on behalf of Team Lanjigarh. They keep raising the bar across functions all the time. I can't thank them enough for their dedication and determination. We have a culture of challenging the status quo and empowering people, including our business partners. Innovation is a way of life here. We support and recognize people through a very structured program on this. One common theme you will hear across Vedanta is transforming for good, our commitment towards ESG. We at Lanjigarh live this tagline by helping community and using resources in the most responsible manner. Driven by these values, we want to make Lanjigarh the biggest and the best refinery in the world, and we are moving towards that very decisively. Thanks once again. Wishing everyone Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.
Thank you so much, sir, for your speech and for all the best wishes to everyone. We wish you all the very best, and I'm sure there are many more to come with all the good work that's happening at your organization. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just about a few awards to go now. The next category in the individual awards is for the most influential global CHRO. This award recognizes CHROs across the globe, irrespective of their industry or sector. The impact they have created through their ability to inspire, influence, and create change, degree of influence and impact on relevant stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely honored and presenting to you the two proud winners of this award. Let's meet our first winner in this category. Mr. Suhas Athma, the CHRO of the EV Technology Enterprise. Suhas comes with 20+ years in senior level HR management roles, primarily in IT, telecom, consulting, KPO, manufacturing, as well as education sectors, and experience in greenfield projects and startup technology companies. Along with this, he has orchestrated, conceptualized, and implemented some of the world-class HR processes and practices around hiring, retention, leadership coaching, compensation, and benefit. He has spent 10+ years in handling industrial relations, dispute, and collective bargaining. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Suhas Athma. And with this, I would like to also share the message that he has sent for all of us to our viewers and everyone here at People First. So here is the acceptance speech by him, and I will read it in his words. I am humbled by the recognition and endorsement of implementing some of the best practices of global standards like PCMM, People Capability Maturity Model, and WCM, which is World-Class Manufacturing. I thank jury and People First leadership team for supporting HR professionals and bringing some of the best-in-class and global standard practices into our corporate world. I thank you all once again for this support and recognition. Thank you so much, sir, for these wonderful words for all of us. And thank you for accepting the award. Well, now it's time to meet our other winner in this category of most influential global CHRO. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the next winner, Mr. Dinesh Kumar TK, the Global Head of HR in Aspire Systems. Dinesh has made immense contributions to Aspire's growth and to the workplace development. He was recognized as one of the India's top 100 HR leaders who make a difference by the World HRD Congress in association with the Economic Times in 2 years, 2017 and 2018, for being a forerunner in innovative people practices. This speaks volume about his dedication and commitment towards establishing and sustaining the cultural values and making meaningful contributions to the HR domain. During his career, which is spanning for 18 years, he has played a vital role in defining people practices and building strategies to enable business leaders and teams to achieve organizational goals and the growth. Well, let's move on and listen to his speech.
Hi, I take this opportunity to thank the People First team for this honor. A recognition in HR excellence amongst peers in the industry is an absolute privilege for which I am very thankful to the jury. I have always believed in the power of knowledge and the power of people, and make a conscious effort to take care that people are at the heart of everything we do. Today, as I receive this award amidst the pandemic, I would like to thank each and every aspirant for their consistent efforts in creating a great work culture that is the essence of our people practices. On the personal front, this award will strengthen my resolve to contribute to the global HR community and will encourage me to strive further in the journey. My heartfelt gratitude to my team at Aspire, the incredible leadership team, and every aspirant for making this a reality. To all my fellow aspirants, this award belongs to all of us for ensuring a people-centric culture that I'm glad to be a part of. Thank you, People First, and thank you, Team Aspire. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and very, very well said, ladies and gentlemen. They were the two most influential global CHROs this afternoon with us as our award winners. Well, last but not the least, I am gradually coming to one of the most, I would say, a significant award that we have during this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about the Lifetime Contribution to HR. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our last but not the least award category is defined as the Lifetime Contribution to HR. Each award presented today exemplifies excellence and hard work at its best. However, the award on lifetime contribution to HR is in its own league. This recognition is due to people who have literally spent a lifetime contributing in myriad ways to the cause and spirit of human resources development. Which is why it is such a pleasure for us to announce that this year's award for lifetime contribution to HR goes to none other than Dr. T.V. Rao, Chairman, T.V. Rao Learning Systems Private Limited. Dr. Rao needs no introduction, a man who has spent decades pioneering research and implementation of HR across industry and academia. Dr. Rao couldn't make it to the event owing to a personal exigency. However, we had the privilege of virtually sharing the recognition with him a couple of days ago. Mr. Jagmohan Bhanwar, the CEO of People First and Talgro Executive Education, had the pleasure of sharing the same with him. Mr. Umesh Ratheja, Director of the HR Excellence Awards Committee, also felicitated Dr. Rao on this occasion. Here is the video recording of the same. Let's have a look.
Thank you very much, People First and all the members of the award committee for thinking of me. It is so good to hear about this new award. It's a little unusual in HR field, as you rightly said, for recognizing people for their lifetime contribution to HR. So I'm quite humbled and I'm very happy to accept this from People First and the Global Awards Council. Thank you very much. And by giving me this opportunity through this award, this opportunity to share a few of my thoughts, I'm sure you're also doing a little bit of your service to the humanity and to the HR people so that they start understanding this wonderful role they have. I want to thank you for giving this honor and this award for thinking of me.
We are absolutely honored to meet the icon of inspiration for the leaders of today and tomorrow. It is absolutely our privilege to have as a winner, sir. So thank you so much for accepting the award from all of us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, best wishes to all our winners of this afternoon and for this event. Congratulations again, and I'm sure there would be a number of, many more awards going to come your way. With this, as we move towards the concluding part of the program, I would like to invite once again Mr. Umesh Ratheja, Director, People First Limited, for the closing and vote of thanks.
Thank you, Piali. And my congratulations to the champions and the winners. What a day, full of joy and full of learning. I quite enjoyed the sessions. I hope all of you also did enjoy the sessions. Like all good things, the People First HR Excellence Awards 2021 edition 2 has come to an end. And I express my heartfelt gratitude to all the participating companies, distinguished jury, our distinguished speakers, and guests for their support and effort towards making this event a success. Whatever the particular participating companies have achieved, so far would have not been possible without the constant encouragement and support of their organizations. So we really thank the organizations for allowing our HR colleagues in terms of doing and putting their best foot forward in these difficult times also. We've been seeing that every year, more and more organizations are coming forward, to showcase and share their best practices and achievements, what they're doing in their own humble way. These awards is a testimony to recognize their efforts. Also, I would like to put in a word for those individuals and organizations who may not have made the cut, the final cut. Having said that, it is not because of lack of their effort or quality of the work which they've been putting in, but it has more to do with the natural selection process, where a few others may have performed relatively better in their respective categories. So our compliments to all the organizations who were also participating but could not make it to continue the good work. Our special thanks to Piali for anchoring this event today. I think, Piali, thank you so much for all the effort which you put in. To Nasru for all lovely designs and collaterals which you see have been designed internally by our team, by Nasru. And a special word of appreciation to Neha, who has been a rock throughout this journey, throughout this event. I think without her, we wouldn't have been here today. And thank you so much, Neha, for all your efforts and those sleepless nights which you put in to put all this together in the back end. As a prelude to 2022, I am very excited to announce that we would be opening up the nominations window for our next edition. That is the People First HR Excellence Awards 2022. We would be opening up the windows from mid of January 2022. And that provides an opportunity to organizations and individuals to start preparing for the same. At last, I would like to end with a quote from Alvin Toffler. The illiterate of the future will not be the person who cannot read. It will be the person who does not know how to learn. So I think this entire journey of awards, the sharing of best practices and the recognitions, I think are a great learning opportunity where we all learn from each other. And through this platform, we bring people together so that there's a significant amount of networking which can happen and people can learn from each other. So on that note, I would like to say thank you, and we appreciate your trust in us. So take care, be safe, and stay blessed. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Umeshji. People First HR Excellence Awards 2021. It was indeed a power-packed event. Thought-provoking and motivating discussions by our eminent panelists, organizations and dynamic leaders who don't do different things, but do things differently, which make them winners and champions. Thank you everyone for joining this event from across the globe and making it a success. I thank you all once again and wishing you all have a good day. Namaste.